Hello and welcome back to Frogboy X1 Gaming. I'm Andrew, and today I wanted to kind of talk some more about this PlayStation 5 heatsink revision that they basically chopped out 300 grams of material for this. I've seen some pretty interesting comments about this today. It's kind of interesting. There's people still defending this. I mean, everybody on the planet knows. I mean, I think it's common knowledge that a bigger heat sink will dissipate heat better. The fact that now that the PlayStation's blowing out hotter air out of the back, that's not necessarily a good thing. I mean, if you think about it, the one blowing out the cooler air because of the bigger heat sink, that means that all that heat is getting pulled away from your thing a little better, I would think. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that just means there's more heat in your PlayStation 5 because of the smaller heat sink. That new fan though, that they did, the new design of the fan they put in there, that might be a little bit better, pulling air through there. But I mean, only time is really going to tell. These things are just barely hitting the market. They're just barely getting out there. I've had my PlayStation 5 now for 6 months, a little over 6 months, and I haven't really noticed, a major. I mean, it's not super hot. It's not blowing off a lot of heat. I've had my SSD in that bay now for, gosh, almost 3 weeks now. It's been 3 weeks since I upgraded the SSD in the PlayStation 5. So at the end of the day, I'm not seeing any major downfall to any of that. I mean, I think we're pretty much on a. Yeah, I don't know. This just sounds like Sony's cutting corners a little bit. I don't know. I mean, maybe this is the perfect re-engineering for the PlayStation 5. Maybe this will get it up to its perfect to its perfect performance level of whatever that's gonna be. Yeah, I don't know. That 300 grams is a lot of heat sink. That's a lot of material. That definitely is a pretty decent chunk of material. And if you look at that video from Austin Evans, that's a pretty good amount of size too that they pulled out of this thing. You doubt that? I don't know, man. I mean, I've had people in my comments saying that now that the PlayStation's blowing out hotter air, that's better. Like, I don't know. I'm not exactly sure, but I'm pretty sure the bigger the heat sink, the better. If you go to any PC thing, that's what they tell you. If you're in doubt, get the biggest heat sink you can get for your CPU. Get the biggest one you can get. There's a reason for that. The bigger, the better. It pulls more heat away from the die itself. Yeah, the fan might work, but I mean, what happens if because these PlayStations are so quiet? What happens if that fan goes out while you're playing, man? Yeah, that's all that freaking heat. Yeah, exactly. 500 grams is a pound. We lost 300. That's a lot of material, man. That is a lot of material, guys, to pull out of that. If you think about how much, if you go get like a half a pound and you put that in your hand, and then you're talking about soft metals like aluminum or copper, that's a pretty decent chunk of material right there, especially if it's in the size of fins and everything like it looked like to me. That was a pretty decent sized chunk of material that they pulled out of that PlayStation 5 revision. That's gonna have to, I mean, that's got to make you wonder if what they're doing is really to save money for themselves and put out, the basic. Yeah, motherboards are sensitive. A slight increase in heat can melt shit. Yeah. I mean, they are using that that liquid metal the hell's that called again? That oh, I forgot the name of that crap. Yeah, I'm definitely feeling a lot better today. I was feeling pretty good yesterday. I did just take the whole day yesterday. Me and Junior, we just sat and played through Psychonauts 2. I actually finished that up this morning. Really good game, guys. I'm really happy with the way Psychonauts turned out. With Psychonauts 2 turning out, that game was good. I did go ahead and buy that and add it to my collection. I feel better about doing reviews on games if I actively buy them and own them. I feel a little bit better about recommending those games to other people. I mean, I know it shouldn't matter because it's on Game Pass and a lot of people can play it. But if you're on PlayStation or something else and you're looking at this game, I want to be able to give you, my thoughts on that game after I paid for it, because they're going to be a lot. They're going to be a lot more. I feel like buying the game is going to, because I'm not gonna be. I don't know if I'd be lenient on it either ways, but I know that I'm going to be a little more irritated, if the game is garbage. Liquid Metal, yeah, is good, but can only do. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that heat sink shrinkage is. I'm grateful that I got my PlayStation 5 before they did this, because I do like the fact that mine has a bigger heat sink. That way, I mean, if my fan goes out while I'm playing, it's less likely. I mean, there's enough heat sink in there to continue to pull that heat away from my chips and stuff. So I'm kind of grateful for that. At the same time, it would be kind of cool if my PlayStation was 300 grams lighter. No, service area is usually in the heat sink. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna, honestly, I don't think it's gonna be a big issue yet either, Sev, just because of the fact that I don't necessarily think the PlayStation's running at max capacity right now anyways. Um, you got a lot of things. I mean, I think the new heat sink's gonna be just fine for the most part, guys. I don't necessarily think that because you got to understand the PS5 does have a it is variable. It does have a variable system. So technically it can probably limit itself to control that heat a little better too, guys. And I mean, even if it gets a little bit hotter, as long as it's still quiet, I mean, I don't know. I don't necessarily think people are going to care that much. As long as it's still working. Yeah, I don't think it's going to affect short term by any means, but yeah, maybe later in the future, depending on how demanding games get in the future. Once they start cranking out UE5 games, man, I don't know, man. It might completely tank that system. Has there been any reward? Oh no, nothing yet. You should be fine, even if you do get one, Spectre. Even if it is a newer model. I don't necessarily think I would freak out about it. You got a whole year of warranty with that thing, so I mean, if something does go wrong, you're gonna know within a year. Like, you're gonna know within a year if that heat sink isn't gonna hold up. I mean, Christian, if you think about it, the heat sink in that Xbox it's definitely smaller than the one in the PlayStation 5. But the way that airflow, I mean, if they do have the airflow situated perfectly on the PS5 and those fans are durable and they'll last, yeah, I don't necessarily see this as being a major problem. 300 grams is a lot of grams to pull out of a console, though. That's a lot of weight, man. Especially without dropping the price a little bit, at least pass some savings on to your customers, for heck's sakes. Maybe they're doing that so they could start charging us $10 for the update, for the upgrades, man. That'd be kind of cool too, But when they turn the dial up on the games, yeah, I don't necessarily think. I don't know. It's probably going to be all right, guys. I probably wouldn't freak out about it too much. You know, when I saw that video from Austin Evans, I was like, "Are you freaking kidding me?" Actually, I didn't even watch his whole video. I seen I seen something about it, talking about it, and I was like, "Really?" So I fast forwarded it to that part, and I was like, "Oh my freaking gosh, man!" And then I made that video I made this morning. Fan design is better. Must be to compensate for the smaller heatsink. Yeah, that fan design does look a lot better. Looks like it'd push air a lot better. So I mean, maybe like I said on the name of this video, maybe this redesign is the perfect re-engineering for it, and maybe it'll perform even better. Yeah, more power efficient. Yeah, that's the whole thing. Like this technology in there is a lot more efficient than like past generation. You know, I mean, like the past generation, you'd probably, you know, I don't know. I think that this is going to be all right. I think that we're going to have something. You know, maybe Sony will charge $10 for the missing 300 grams. Yeah. Well, PlayStation 5s are now 510.99 or 59.99, $509.99. I'm running the best gaming CPU you can have, Ryzen 5950X, but I don't have heat issues, but I am water cooled. Yeah. That heat sink, the original heat sink they had in there, I think is great. I think the original one's great. If they're cutting off that much material, um, that's kind of a lot of material, and it's not only that they were cutting it out. It looks like they were replacing a lot of the copper with just aluminum as well. Like it seems like they. I mean, aluminum is really good. You know, I mean, we use that for heat sinks where I work all the time. Aluminum is really good. So, um, it looks like they were. It looks like they're changing out a lot of that copper and replacing a lot of that with just the aluminum. So, aluminum. Aluminum does a lot better at dissipating heat, you know, for the most part. So I don't know. It cools a lot quicker. Uh, cheap equals catching fire in 2 years. Oh man, that's just pretty funny. I mean, like my Xbox puts off a pretty decent amount of heat. My PlayStation, you know, like they both put off, you know, decent amount of heat. Yeah, yeah, copper is definitely a lot better with dispersing heat, but aluminum is a lot better at cooling it down. That's why they use, you know, a combination of both most of the time. All I know for sure is there's 300 grams less material in that machine, so that's 300 grams less area to cool to move heat around. So that's the one thing that like really that really gets me about this decision is I don't understand why they would do something so drastic. What's up, my friend? Onyx. I'm just going to call you Onyx. Ionix. That's the only thing that I can really that to me just seems pretty drastic. It cools down faster. That's what I was saying, Evans. It it like if you put aluminum foil in the or something aluminum in the thing and you pull it out, you can usually like it cools down faster. That's what I was saying. Copper does not cool down as fast as aluminum. Copper does retain heat a little bit longer than aluminum, but aluminum does cool down much faster. That's why they use that's normally why they use a combination of the both. Like the copper will be right next to your chip because that pulls the heat away faster. That sucks the heat away, but then the aluminum cools quicker, so that's why they draw that up into the aluminum so that it will cool a lot quicker. Does that make sense? I think that's right. I think that's right. Everything that I've noticed, every time like when we put heat sinks on at work and stuff, the copper is always right next to the part that's going to get the hottest, and then the aluminum fins and everything are what, because they cool faster. Aluminum melts though, so it's gonna catch fire. What's up, Darkest here? How you doing, my friend? Yeah, I have been feeling better this last couple of days. I was able to actually sit and play all of Psychonauts 2 all day yesterday and a little I was probably on it for like maybe 3 or 4 hours this morning. So water cooling has always fascinated me. I know sealed unit, but water and electricity just doesn't sound yeah. Aluminum melts though, so it's going to catch fire when displaying 8K Unreal 5. New PS owners need external fans and fire extinguisher for their safety. Oh man, that's terrible. Yeah, and that's the biggest thing with that, Evans, is because it looked like to me with that heatsink, they pulled a lot of the copper out of that and left a lot more aluminum. So I don't know, man. I don't know. I need to see one for myself in real life. And water cooled, and water isn't directly touching electrical components. Yeah, it goes through a tube. They would need a bigger heat sink if they are going to be putting so much aluminum. Yeah, definitely more copper. You would think they would have a lot more copper. For those interested, yes, aluminum cools down faster but cannot disperse heat as quickly. Copper, while cooling slowly, disperses heat faster and with direct contact draws the heat away from the component. Yeah, that's basically what I said, right? Um, they usually use a combination of both because aluminum cools faster, and so once that heat starts getting into the aluminum from the copper, once it keeps rising into it, the aluminum cools a lot quicker, so that the heat can continue to move upward into the aluminum, so that it's not consistently just spread across all your components longer. So the aluminum does a job by cooling faster and allowing more heat to be sucked away from the thing. Work with a lot of aluminum heat sinks, but they are pretty big. Yeah, the aluminum, that's the thing. The bigger the thing that they would thermal paste help with smaller heat sinks. Um, thermal paste is a must. You have to have thermal paste. You have to have. Oh, you mean like thermal paste instead of the it that necessarily doesn't matter as much. Yeah, definitely interested to see how this new PS5 design pans out. My launch model I feel runs fine. I feel like it matches the room. It makes the rooms warmer, but the console is hot, suggesting it moves heat. Yeah, definitely. It's definitely moving heat. The original the original PlayStation 5 is definitely good at moving heat. Like this is I've kind of felt like this is probably the best PlayStation they've ever developed in terms of being quiet and efficient and being able to move heat pretty well. So I'm actually pretty happy with my launch model. Correct, but this time they didn't use both. They only used aluminum as far as I could tell. I know they I could still see some of the copper in there, Evans. Just not as much. I think the tubes were still copper. So they might be able to salvage it with that. If I remember correctly, I think the tubes were still copper. So because that heat sink on that PlayStation 5 does have a lot of heat tubes, and those actually work pretty damn good too. Sony should offer other cooling options for new customers, and the prices will vary, but it would be nice to have water cooled with 1 nanometer of liquid nitrogen. Yeah. Maybe sometime, in the future, as soon as stuff like starts really taking off, yeah, we might see some better cooling like that. It would be pretty cool though. It always confounds me why a company like Sony are always acting like they have no money and they are far too frugal. They are a Japanese company, my friend. Well, I don't know if that's necessarily holds true anymore, because I mean they did move all their operations here to California. So yeah, dude, I don't know. Not in this case. No, they are using liquid metal. It's already the best paste you can have. So no, it won't help the PS5, for instance. Yeah, exactly. They're already using liquid metal, so the paste would be a downgrade for the most part. PK Thunder, whoa, what's up, man? Do you think Sony's redesign was to target their fan base or for the scalpers? I don't necessarily think they did it to target anybody. I think they did it to A, save money, and B, be able to produce more consoles due to shortages of materials. And because, yeah, I don't know, maybe they re-engineered it to be the perfect machine. I don't know. But I don't think it generates enough heat for even aluminum. But yeah, long-term might be a lot of problems. Yeah. I figured that heatsink would cover more area than it actually did in the second revision, as I could see the RAM wasn't covered at all. So yeah, that's definitely a thing that might actually be a problem, man. If that, because there was that one RAM chip on the PlayStation 5 that was not being cooled efficiently. But I've had this SSD in my PS5 now for about 3 weeks. And I've been playing my PlayStation 5 a whole lot more than I have since I had it. I have not noticed any discernible change in noise or fan speed whatsoever. It's still quiet, still runs just fine. In some cases, I feel like it runs a little better with off of the SSD that I put in there. Is this a bot chat? Yes. Welcome to the bot chat, Shaq. It's always great to have you, my friend. People with questions worried about systems catching fire. Jeff, where are you? I don't know. Ever since they delayed Forbidden West, Jeff really hasn't been here a lot. He thinks we're gonna like go to town on him. I don't know. I don't know. What do you think about this, Shaq? What do you think about the new revision of the heatsink on the PlayStation 5, man? Do you think this is good or bad, or do you think we're not going to know for a couple of years? That's kind of where I think that's kind of where the consensus in the group is right now. Is I don't necessarily think we're going to know for a couple of years if this is going to be a good or a bad decision at all. We don't need Jeff. He couldn't justify this one away, and neither can you. Yeah, I don't know if there's any way to really justify this. I don't necessarily know if it's bad or good though, but I do know from like experience working with electronics that the bigger the heat sink, usually the better. And 300 grams is a lot of weight to be taken off of a heat sink. He's still at Gamescom looking for PlayStation releases. Oh man. Shaq, be honest, bro. Sony is saving money by taking out the copper heatsink. Yeah, dude, they pulled a lot of freaking copper out of that heatsink, and copper is the one that dissipates the heat. The aluminum is the thing. Aluminum just cools faster, so it allows the copper to work better. Sony is a hardware company. They know what they're doing. This is just a fake outrage, just like the C-bomb, slow news day. What are you talking about, man? Sony, yes, you're right, Shaq. Sony is a hardware manufacturer. They've been doing this for 5 generations. And PlayStation 3 was hot and noisy. PlayStation 4 was hot and noisy. And the PlayStation 4 Pro sounded like a freaking jet plane, man. Yeah, you're right. You're right. The Xbox One X, man, was freaking quiet. The Xbox Series X or Series S is actually pretty quiet too, man. The heat sink is critical for cooling. They lowered half of a half a pound. That's pretty bad, man. Yeah, they knew they were doing with the PS4 jet engine. My digital PS5 just went up in value. Yeah, so did mine. Hey, Game, how's it going, man? Yeah, I'm definitely doing a lot better today. Definitely feeling a lot better. I'm feeling back like myself. I'm grateful I'll be able to go back to work on Tuesday or Wednesday. I will be back at work. So that's good, man. I can get back to making money. It's not outrage, man. Nobody is raging about it. We just think it's not smart. I don't necessarily think that's smart for them to revise this with such a drastic change a year out from being made, like, I don't know, man. Like, I don't know. Just buy an Xbox Series X and S. I already got both of those, Steve. I already got an X and an S. PS4 Pro is coming to Microsoft. PS4 Pro is coming to Microsoft Flight Simulator. I could just see that little PS4 Pros flying around. Did they break? Did they break down though? My PS2? Yeah, no, they were great. They just sounded like freaking jet engines, man. I've never had a PlayStation unit actually like completely break on me. The first PS4 Pro I had, after it got dropped, it still worked, but it was like kind of a little weird. So I got rid of that and got a new one. But yeah, that's the only time I've ever had a PlayStation go out on me, and I've never had an Xbox go out on me either. So I've actually been pretty good with my consoles. Best Xbox Series X game is going to be the Gunk. It's the Gunk. Oh yeah, that game might make me buy a Series X. That game is pretty cool. Looking, I don't know. It looks pretty cool. I don't know if I'm like 100% into that one though. I did make a list of all the games that I'm gonna buy this year. The ones that I'm gonna buy this year are it's a pretty big list. It's pretty expensive, so that game might make yeah. Shack, it's over half a pound of heat sink that is gone, with aluminum being more used than the copper. That isn't good. Yeah, that's definitely not that great. Game over, Brian. How's it going, man? Welcome back to the chat, bro. Are you doing starting console war BS? Nobody here is an engineer. Not even here to start a console war, man. We're just talking about the freaking that's a lot of material to pull out of that machine, man. And people should know about it. They should know. They should be able to know that, hey, man, this is the change that PlayStation made to these consoles, man. They pulled out over a half a pound of material in your heat sink. And obviously they felt they needed that big old heat sink when they first put it out. So I don't know, man. Maybe there was some BIOS updates to the Ryzen and stuff that made it run more efficient to where they don't need that. But I don't know, man. That's a lot of material to be pulling out of something. They didn't break, but their software interface was trash. PS4 Pro needs nitrous to gain the jet. Xbox is the best. Sony is going down. No, I don't think that by any means. I do not think that by any means. I think that honestly, I've been saying this since the beginning. I think that this generation is going to have a lot more competition than I think we've seen since the 360. I think the PlayStation 5 is going to be just fine. They have also changed the fan as well, I believe. Yes, they did. They did change the fan. Welcome back, Cabbage. They did change the fan to be a lot more efficient. That fan does look a lot more efficient than what the normal one was. So I do definitely see that being able to push air a little better. So yeah, I mean, maybe that new fan makes up for the difference. But I don't know, dude. I know that a bigger heat sink is definitely always better. Makes me like my launch system even more. Yeah, dude, I'm grateful I got my launch system. My Xbox One X is powerful and whisper quiet. Yeah, exactly, dude. That Xbox One X was a beautiful machine. I loved mine. Fan is better now, apparently, though. Yeah, that fan. Looking at that fan compared to what they have in the older ones, yeah, that fan definitely looks like it is designed to push airflow a lot better. PS5 is going to give me an aneurysm with this nonsense. They think hotter is better because it's removing heat, not understanding that exhaust is simply reflecting the heat. Yeah, exactly. There's definitely more heat in that machine. This is the Genesis versus NES days with Sony versus Xbox. Yeah, I think that's where it's going to be. It's going to be a lot closer, man. That's for sure. PK Thunder, do you think Microsoft was a little too prepared? Than Sony? I do think that Microsoft put a whole lot more thought into the design of the Xbox but they were looking at it as, hey man, how do we design a compact PC? Basically, that's the way Microsoft was looking at this, I believe. And PlayStation was creating a console. That's what they've been doing now for 5 generations. Microsoft was definitely going the way of the PC and the PC, the mini PC housings. PlayStation was designing their own thing, man. I give props to both of them. They both produce some pretty decent looking consoles. I should make PL5 J edition. Yeah. I wonder what the launch systems will go for now on eBay. I don't know. Probably a lot more. I think Xbox had more time to prepare because people didn't expect as much from them, whereas PlayStation was so hyped up they could never reach the standards people set for them. Yeah, I see how that's possible. I mean, PlayStation 5 definitely. There's always I think there is a lot more expectation when it comes to PlayStation than there is Xbox. I mean, I kind of feel like I do that sometimes. Maybe I would get the new fan and install it in my launch system. Yeah, that's always a possibility. Hey, Mr. Glass, how you doing, man? Sony is already starting to cut corners. Already starting to cut corners again, like the PS3 gen. Remember how shitty this? Oh yeah, dude, the Super Slim, that last one they put out was such garbage, man. It's amazing how PS5 so underpowered, yet games run better on a PS5. Yeah, that's definitely. I don't necessarily we can. Game over, Brian. I don't necessarily think we can just say, oh yeah, well, games run better on the PlayStation 5. Yeah, you're right. They do run better at 1440p at 60 frames a second than they do at closer to 4K. You're pretty right, man. That's true. They do run a lot better closer to 1440p than they do at 4K. You're right. So, I mean, I have both consoles, man, and I cannot see a discernible difference on really anything. And I have bought a lot of the games twice. I really have. I have bought 2 copies of a lot of games, especially like Assassin's Creed, Watch Dogs. All the ones that people were really saying that, oh man, that runs better on the PlayStation. I've bought them, and dude, there's no discernible difference now that these games are patched up. There just isn't. Won't work. Takes more watt, but you can still have the same power supply. Having the PS5 digital, only one side of the system is warm, and that's the right side where the M2 drive slot and power is. Other side is cool as a pillow. Yeah, that's usually where all the heat's going to be, though. But the Game Pass xCloud seems perfect with the hardware limitations. Yeah. Both the PS5 and Series X are the best consoles to ever launch. Yep, that's very true. I completely agree with that. True at all. I guess the PS5 Pro is right around the corner. I could see them doing one. I don't know, man. I've been calling them. I've been thinking they were going to do that for a while. Oh yeah, Horizon Zero Dawn. Yeah, dude, I was actually playing that for a couple hours today. I started a new game plus on Horizon Zero Dawn, and I am to the point where I just caught up with the war chief. We took out the first village, and now I'm moving on to the second one. Yeah, I really like that game. I do like it. I kind of like the story. PS5 need liquid nitrogen. Yeah. Oh man. Good Psychonauts 2 video, by the way. Yeah, thank you. I really enjoyed Psychonauts 2. I thought it was a pretty dang good game, man. Psychonauts is a pretty dang good game. I'm glad the PC gamer we know. Yeah. Let's see what that says. I'm glad to be a PC gamer. We know specs, so we can literally, they can't lie or mislead us. Yeah. I kind of feel like we do get misled a lot, guys. You just started Horizon? Oh, nice, man. Yeah, I think you should probably enjoy that game if you like open world games. Bro, I got the secret armor in Horizon, so I got the armor that like recharges it. Like I can get hit and not get you get better resolution off Xbox and better performance on PS5. I would go performance any day. Yeah, dude, but I mean, if you're only talking like 3 or 4 frames and you got a VRR TV game over, Brian, like it doesn't even matter, man. Like seriously, it does not matter. Anytime I've ever really seen a lot of performance drops in the Xbox games are usually around the cutscenes, man. I haven't noticed anything. I don't know. I would much rather have that resolution for the most part. I mean, if I'm getting like 55 FPS and I'm getting closer to 4K resolution, dude, I'm pretty happy with that. Like, I'm okay with that, guys. Bro, I got to see. The robot's moving in 60 FPS. Yeah, it does look pretty good, man. Like, I'm pretty happy with the way this game is playing now. VRR is pretty freaking important, man. Like, if you spend $1,300 on a TV with VRR and your Xbox allows VRR, that's a good thing, Game Over, Brian. That's a really good thing. And you can't, dude. I've seen screen tearing on the PlayStation 5, bro. Have you not played have you not played Wreckfest, man? Right when you get into a big wreck, dude, there's so much screen tearing on that thing, dude. Dude, I would much rather not have the screen tearing with VRR than see all that screen tearing. Just started Icky Island. Icky Island's pretty good, man. I appreciate that game too. I thought it was pretty good. Watch any Digital Foundry video. Why are we watching Digital Foundry? I do watch Digital Foundry. I saw a vid by Review Tech USA. He said that PS5 was winning in the game department because they have newer games like Demon Souls and Miles Morales. Yeah. Oh, wow. Miles Morales. I'm put your pillows and stuff in the washer. Okay, you're good. I figured you're going to be up for a while, aren't you? Yeah, I stayed up kind of late. Another Sony Live. They still do not have VRR. Yeah, OLED is freaking the way to go. Romall. OLED is definitely amazing, dude. Horizon Zero Dawn looks amazing on my OLED, dude. Yes. Then a Series X. Yep, I'm definitely there with you. Definitely get that OLED. Guys, PS5 will be getting VRR update this year. Yeah, that's great, Brian. Like I'm freaking pretty happy for that, man. Like I don't think you get it. Game Over, Brian, dude. Like I'm a PlayStation fan. I'm an Xbox fan, dude. I have them both. I play them both. I'm not here to kick PlayStation by any means. I'm just here to, talk about this revision with my subscribers, man. Like, want to hear how you guys are feeling about it. I want to see if there's maybe something that I can explain in my wealth of knowledge. No, I'm just, watch Digital Foundry. Yeah, go watch them. They just say nearly every game has been fixed and now perform better on the Series X. Yeah, basically, every game that's been patched that was working is definitely running a lot better on Series X now too. There's a lot. I mean, but it's so minor that you can barely even tell. Like all of these cross-gen games that are running on PS5 and Series X, there's really not that big of a difference, man. Like not big enough to where it matters. Like I would be happy on either console. What do you think about QLED? QLED is what I had before I had my OLED, and the dude, you want the OLED. Trust me, you want the OLED. The QLED is great for super brightness, but OLED is it's the clear winner, dude. Like I've as you can see, I got this right here on the wall is my OLED. That's my QLED behind me. And I'll put, like I said, I bought games, the same games on both of them, and I'll have my Xbox on the QLED and I'll have my PlayStation on the OLED. And dude, like the OLED looks much better. Like the OLED looks a lot better. So that's the one I'm using mainly for my gaming is the OLED. Yeah, exactly. If you want to talk about performance, then the Series S is always locked at 60. Yeah, pretty much, man. I don't really see that one dropping frames a lot. I know they were talking about it dropping frames on like Outriders when that first came out, but now they got that all fixed up. And QLED is definitely cheaper and brighter. Xbox One X before PS4 Pro. And I had a 360 over PS3. Nice. You can tell the difference on these games on a large TV. I game on a 75-inch, and I can tell. Yeah, dude, the bigger the screen, the closer you are to it. Yeah, dude, if a game's running at like 1440p or lower, you can definitely tell. There's a lot. I mean, you can tell. You can tell all across the spectrum depending on how close you are to your TV. Like I sit, like you see where I'm at right now. This is where I game, like this close to my TV, like a couple feet, like with just in a couple of feet. And I can definitely tell these consoles more, and I can definitely tell that that stuff's falling apart when the low resolution starts to get lower. Remember when games just worked? Yeah. Super Nintendo, man. That's been a while though. Is the Series S for PC gamers like me looking for a companion device, not a main system usually? Yeah. These consoles more closer in power than most people think. Xbox was built for power and PS built for performance. I think they were both kind of built the same way. I think they were both built I think they were both built to try to achieve, like 4K resolution with upscaling techniques at 60 frames a second. I think that was the target that they were both shooting for. PlayStation is going to be heavily using their checkerboard technology that they developed in their temporal upscaling, through Insomniac Games. So I don't necessarily think they needed as much power as the Xbox to push higher rasterization. But when you think about it, the Xbox is going to be able to put out more, higher rasterized visuals because it does have more compute power. So at the end of the day, games over, Brian, the biggest differences you're going to tell in games this generation is going to be third-party games. PlayStation first-party games are going to look and feel amazing. And, your third-party games are where you're going to start to see, the cracks in resolution and stuff. So hopefully they can nail down the at least the 60 FPS performance thing. But honestly, as a gamer with a Nintendo Switch, Sony had better exclusive games the last 2 to 3 years. I'm hoping, yeah, definitely they did. That's why, I mean, I've bought all of them. What does that say? Brian, those are the same thing. Yeah. Oh. Bro, the gap is getting larger, and it's only been a year. The Series X is about to blow PlayStation 5 back to the PlayStation 4. How about Elder Scrolls and Fallout and Doom? Yeah, those are going to be some good games. Those are definitely on my list of must-have. When games just worked, unlike Nintendo, the Super Nintendo was probably one of the better performing systems I ever had in my life, if I remember correctly. That one just always worked. The Super Nintendo for me just always worked. 64 always worked too. I think the 64. I think those were like the last ones, man. The last ones were back then. I don't know. This damn Switch works pretty good. Yeah, that Series S is definitely a pretty dang good system. I think that gosh, what was that? Little Nightmares 2 has actually got the ray tracing going on the Series S too. Yeah, the Super Nintendo is probably like one of my favorite systems, man, of all time, dude. I really love that damn thing. When do you think the slim model will show now? PS4 did the revision like this soon after release. Then they did the slim a few. Yeah, I think there was a PS4 revision pretty quick, and then the other one. Oh, what game's this gap so much bigger? Well, I would say 1800p to 4K. Razor, best NES game. Dude, I really like that. Dude, there were so many games on Super Nintendo I liked. You remember the RoboCop versus Terminator game? That shit was so cool, man. Xbox is going to sell like cocaine now that people know about the PS5 Heatsink. It's already selling like cocaine, man. to the to the scalpers. Shit for fighting games. Yeah, I remember playing Mortal Kombat on my Super Nintendo. That thing was so good. Street Fighter 2. What about the Mass Effect collection. Yeah, that definitely does run a lot better on the Xbox. But I feel like they just used that with backward compatibility. Oh yeah, Xbox gonna have more money than Pablo Escobar soon. Yeah, Street Fighter 2 was on NES was the best. Yes, Genesis was too hard. Yeah, I think that's the way I felt. I felt like Super Nintendo did a better job on that game for sure. Contra. Oh yeah, and Contra, dude. Gosh, there were so many freaking games. Last gen game. You got to be kidding me. Is Little Nightmares 2 on Game Pass yet? I don't know. I don't know. I want to look that one up. I don't know if I would go out of my way to buy it. I don't know. I've got so many games. Like September, I'm getting Kenya Bridge of Spirits, Death Stranding Director's Cut, Diablo 2, and WRC 10 are the ones that I've got pretty much planned out. Everything else I'm probably just going to download on Game Pass. Yeah, that game was the best on Xbox. Oh, sheesh. Jump Nevada. Oh. Games are you playing on PS5? Yeah, exactly. Watch Digital Foundry Bow. Each comparison shows Xbox Series X is always running at a higher resolution with little dips in the frame rate. Yeah, dude. I just don't know how like anybody can be like, oh yeah, man, I'm gonna take 1600p over almost native 4K at 57 frames a second. Like that shit just doesn't matter. I've seen so much damage control and deflection on Twitter today after the heatsink situation. It's like a cope fest. Wow, yeah. I just hope they patch this C-bomb thing. Tested it myself, and digital don't work on PS5 only. Disc. Oh wow, really? If without that battery, yeah, that kind of sucks. It's lower. I want all the ROMs. Yeah, dude, that would be pretty freaking cool if I could get a pretty nice Super Nintendo. I'd probably buy one again. C-bomb issue because it's about digital rights management. Even if game is on a disc, you still don't own it. That's true. Top V Narcos, Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, Billy Gates, Pablo Escobar, and Philly Spencer. $100+ games on PlayStation history and 60+ games on Xbox. Oh yeah. Just found your channel a few months ago. Like your content a lot. Hey, thank Doc Dark. Appreciate you coming and stopping in tonight. If they shut down the servers for a system, oh yeah, dude, you were pretty much screwed. Holy shit, Doc is in here. I know. Oh damn. Says even the disc won't work unless they fix that before. Yeah, dude, that really sucks. Big Phil is a legend. Oh, dang, dude. The flies right before freaking the end of the year, man. This really sucks. You missed the Taliban. There's levels to this. What's your feeling on Halo campaign? Do you think it will be good? I don't know, man. Like this is the first. I'm gonna be straight with you guys, dude. This is the first Halo I've ever actually been hyped for. It's gonna be what it's gonna be, man. Like there's a lot of people that 343's got to impress, and I'm not one of them. So I'm gonna buy it just because I think the campaign looks kind of cool. When it comes to like all the stuff being cut out of that game, man, that's for the Halo fans to decide, man. I'm just here for the ride for the campaign. To this, I can't believe the Dark 1980 is here now. There's levels to this. Huh. What up, chat? Nice. I know I'm late, but the PS5 redesign is to cut cost and make profit ahead of schedule. I don't necessarily think that's the case, but it's possible. I mean, Sony's kind of hemorrhaging money, guys. I mean, it's kind of a fact, dude. They're just not Xbox brainwashing is real. Dude, like we're not fanboys. Game over, Brian. Like we're not. I'm not going to hold up any one of these plastic boxes, dude. It's not my job. I don't have any money invested in them other than the games, other than the software I buy for these systems, dude. I don't have any money invested in either of these guys. You're getting all Xbox rejects. I don't know, man. Xbox is doing pretty decent right now, Gamer Brian. I don't understand why you don't like Xbox. Like, tell me show me on the PlayStation 5 where the Xbox touched you, bro. Like, I don't get like why you're upset with Xbox, man. I don't understand what Xbox has done so wrong to PlayStation fans over the years that they automatically hate Xbox. Like, I don't get it. It makes no sense to me, dude. Not Pony, just a gamer. Then there's then explain to me why you're so upset with Xbox, dude, and Xbox fans, man. Because you're right, dude. My channel does have a lot of Xbox fans, and I have a lot of PlayStation fans too. But I want to understand like why you're so against the PlayStation brand, dude. Like he knows me. I don't think. What was that, Doc? He follows me. Oh. Game over, Brian. Chill out. It's just a video game. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, I want to understand why like PlayStation people hate Xbox guys and Xbox so much. Like, I don't understand the freaking hate because I don't see that much hate on the other side toward PlayStation guys. Judah. Where did it touch you? Oh gosh. They didn't do anything. Sony boys are just mad that they weren't handed a victory like the PS4 launched against the Wii U and botched Xbox One. Yeah, dude, this is definitely going to be one of those but yes, I don't understand the hate either. Yeah, dude, I don't understand the hate. You got a channel, Doc? I'll subscribe to you. I don't have a problem with that. Frog never said don't like Xbox. Those are your words, not mine. Okay. Well, I'm just trying to understand why we're getting negative comments about Xbox on like, yeah, I mean, I grant that this discussion is about the PlayStation 5. So I want to understand why we're bringing Xbox into this in kind of a negative manner when this discussion really doesn't have anything to do with Xbox. And I'm not sitting on here like tooting Xbox horn. Like, am I? I'm not on here, but like, oh yeah, Xbox is so much better because of the blah blah blah. I'm not doing that, dude. We're talking about the substantial redesign of the PlayStation 5, taking out a lot of material that is directly tied to keeping that machine cool. That's what we're talking about, dude. We're not talking about Xbox tonight. I mean, what do you? I don't understand why we're. I don't understand why we're talking about. Doc has a channel and he's. Let's see what that said. Doc has a channel and he's on a podcast called the Warrior Podcast. So the ISO monitoring. Oh, motion gaming channel quite frequently. Good stuff all around. Cool. I'll definitely check him out. I will subscribe if I'm not subscribed because I think I might be subscribed. I didn't know the console war was this bad. I play on all consoles. Yeah, exactly, man. I know that this video here might be kind of like stoking the whole console war thing for certain people, but dude, this is a meaningful discussion to have tonight. I feel like this is a meaningful discussion to kind of understand. Like, I don't understand copper equals pennies. Pennies add up. That's pretty true, man. Like, the copper part is the most important because it dissipates the heat better. The aluminum is to be able to allow the copper to work better. So that kind of sucks that they're pulling out a lot of copper. 300 grams of that, dude, that's a lot. I mean, it still did look like it had the heat tubes, the heat pipes. So I don't know. I mean, this all might be for naught, but I mean, who knows? Maybe that big old giant heat sink was overkill and we just didn't know it. I do kind of feel that way, Doc. I do kind of feel like they're too comfortable with that, and I feel like I feel like they're coming out with the oh yeah, Sony is like Sony is like top quality. You know what I mean? Like we're gonna let the games do the speaking for them. I think they do kind of fear Game Pass, man. I kind of feel like that way, and I feel like they are just trying to stay strong in a time when they're kind of uncertain how the future is going to go. I feel like I think they're just showing strength when they don't necessarily understand how Xbox Game Pass is going to affect the market long term. So that's kind of the way I feel about it. And like I'm in Sony's corner, like no matter what. Like I've been a Sony guy for well over 25 years. So I do appreciate them continuing to make the games that I like. And you know, it does kind of change the it does kind of change how this generation is going to go. You know, I mean, with PlayStation to make that to talk about like the PlayStation not kind of understanding how Xbox is going to. I mean, I did make a video way back in the day about Xbox and how I thought it was going to go, but I didn't really add the PlayStation stuff into it. PlayStation's going to be fine. They've this is their 5th generation. They have always sold well. I mean, they've always broken. I think they've always broken 100 million in consoles. I think they've always broken 100 million. So as long as they continue to hit that, I think they're going to be just fine. But when it comes to yes, an Xbox cuts off the pond. Game over, Brian. Check Game Pass. Find out next that. Next Grand Theft Auto. Oh man, I like the war as long as it doesn't get personal and keep it real. Microsoft, perfect. And yeah, neither one of these dude. They're both companies, man. I'm not gonna. There's no reason to sit here and like kick ourselves over. I don't know. I'm not going to hold either one of these guys on my shoulder. I do appreciate Xbox's. You know, push for the way they're trying to open the market up. I really do appreciate that. I do appreciate Game Pass because it does take developers. It does make it easier for developers to take more chances, and it also makes it easier for gamers to have access to those opportunities. Is Game Pass gonna completely turn all of PlayStation, like the whole thing, on its head? Dude, it's still too early to tell. The more developers that support it, you know, day one is how I see that completely changing the way we consume our video games. And yeah, I mean, if that's the case, if all of developers, if every developer just started putting all their games right on the Game Pass, yeah, the cost would go up pretty quick. And, you know, like I think the cost would probably hit, you know, maybe $20 a month, but because then they would have to start paying these they would have to start paying like royalties every time somebody downloaded and played that game. I think that Game Pass would have to start paying developers that way. Why do you think they steal copper from homes? Yeah. 5 million units. 5 million units of PlayStation 5 with around 3 to 4 cents of copper is expensive. Yeah, dude, copper is pretty expensive, especially now. Game Pass is a game changer. I have been playing so much more with it. It's unbelievable. Yeah, I downloaded Psychonauts 2 on Game Pass. Me and Junior sat there for a couple hours and played it, and we ended up just buying the game because we liked it. We wanted to add it to our collection. I still do buy the games that I want to have in order to support the developers, because, you know, I want them to see, and I want them to know that that's a successful game. I mean, if I buy a game, usually that means that if I buy a game off of Game Pass, that means I like it. Playing what on Game Pass? Half the games on Game Pass has microtransactions. Yeah, that's very true, and I feel like that's definitely going to be a factor when it comes to Game Pass as well, because a lot more games are going to start packing in microtransactions and then getting shipped out on Game Pass. That's not necessarily a bad thing, but I mean that's kind of the goal of it, you know. Microsoft Game Pass, a paid subscription. Developers put their games on there. They put an online store in those games, so that they can continue to monetize those games. That's not a bad thing, dude. We're conditioned for that already, guys. We are already it already came and gone, dude. And if you don't understand that now, it was well over your head. How do you feel about Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart selling 1.1 million copies? And how do you think the budget for that game went? Hey, at least they made their money back. KingThrash Gaming, how's it going, man? Welcome to the show, man. Game Pass will defeat anything on PlayStation. Sony fans are missing out on all these games. I don't necessarily think they're missing out on a whole bunch of certain games right now. KingThrash. I feel like they're. I don't necessarily think Sony really needs to compete just yet. I mean, if Xbox sells like 60 million Xbox Series X's in the next, couple of years, and they're still doing Game Pass and it's going well, then I think Sony probably should look at that model and, really think about it. Sony could probably win that just by putting their games on there 6 months later. Just by putting their games on there 6 months after launch, man, I think they could completely, wipe the floor with Game Pass. Last generation, a lot of Sony fans said we want Xbox to do better, and now they do. They like yeah, exactly, man. Xbox is doing better, and that's a good thing for every gamer, man. That's good for all of us. Not much. How you doing, King? His being ironic. KingThrash. Is there a difference in visual quality between Cold War Series X version and the PS5? Completely. I haven't seen it on the PlayStation 5, but I think it looks like crap on the Xbox Series X. So it doesn't look anywhere near as good as Modern Warfare. So what games of those are on PS2? King, see you, bro. Facts. Trash. Frog, you said trash. It's trash. King what? Oh, it's trash. Thrash. Oh, KingThrash. Trash. Sorry, man. Oh, gosh. Dang. Buckle up, y'all. I can't seem to escape the console war. My safe place is no longer safe. Oh, man. Oh, damn. KingThrash is a PlayStation fan, but he isn't toxic about it as far as I know. Yeah, I watch KingThrash. I do watch some of his videos. I do like I said, guys, I've been a PlayStation fan for over 25 years, dude. I grew up on PlayStation. PlayStation is near and dear to me, and I want them to continue to be good. But you guys got to admit, Xbox is doing KingThrash Gaming. I'm chilling, doing laundry, and I subbed to him a few months ago and saw him go live. So stop by. I don't think he knows you either, bro, but I do know who KingThrash is. I'm definitely gonna follow you, Doc Dark. There's no safe place. Yeah, there's no safe place anymore, guys. Welcome to the internet. If you thought you were looking for a safe place, man, there's no such thing. Yeah, like I said, dude, I've been a PlayStation guy for a long time, man. I actually do follow KingThrash. Probably Jeff. Oh my gosh, where is Jeff? He should be here shortly. What do you think about this? Real question: did Phil mess up Asian dev relations when they canceled Scalebound? I don't know. I don't necessarily think so, but I mean that was a pretty big one. I mean that was oh gosh. What the hell's the name of that freaking that developer now? I know that they were a big one, and I know that I don't necessarily think he messed it up, but they haven't had any major exclusives since. Yeah, Xbox has really not had a lot of anything, man. To tell you the truth, I mean, what do we got? Flight Simulator. See, so my thing with Xbox is I was never really an Xbox fan. So the last 4 years since I've had, like the Xbox One X and the Series X, um, I've been able to play, like the Gears of War games. I've been fine with that. I've been able to play the Forza Horizon games, and I've been fine with that. Halo 5. I never really even finished all of Halo 5. I mean, like like the Japan exclusive games, exclusive just to Xbox. I don't necessarily think Xbox is trying to. I don't know. I don't think they're trying to go out of their way to get those third party Japanese exclusives. I think their push now is to just get Japanese developers to develop on Xbox. I think that's kind of. I feel like that's the way that they're trying to go with that. To tell you the truth, I don't necessarily think they're. Yeah, I don't know. Nobody's heard anything. I mean, dude, I don't know, man. Platinum Games. That's it. Yeah, I was trying to think of it. I knew it started with a P. I just couldn't remember. Platinum Games and Scalebound looked horrible. I don't know, man. I thought Scalebound looked pretty good. Yeah, they have visited multiple times. They did end up walking away with, with the Bethesda deal. They got that Japanese studio, from the creator of Resident Evil. I mean, that's kind of a good win, but I don't know if they're really trying to go out of their way to do those third party exclusives anymore. Maybe like 6 months on Game Pass. I mean, we've seen some of those with the Medium and stuff like that, but I don't know, man. Yeah, Flight Simulator was the last exclusive, that's for sure. 2018. I mean, we could definitely sit here and kick Xbox for their lack of exclusives. I mean, that's that's not really hard to do, man. They haven't really had anything. And, I mean, at best, what, 2022 is when we're going to get, I mean, yeah, we're going to get our Halo and our Forza this year, but 2022 is really where they're going to need to, they're really going to need to show something. I think Sony owns all the great Western devs and has good relations with the Japanese devs. Microsoft looking at leftovers. That's the Sony strategy. Yeah, I mean that's another reason why I really don't think Sony's going to have to worry too much. And if you think about it, Sony's been getting more aggressive with that now with like the 2-year contracts as opposed to the 1 year. I mean, like we're almost to 2 years with the Final Fantasy VII remake, and they still haven't even announced that for Xbox. So I kind of think that's where we yeah, exactly, kick them while you can. God of War trash. How do you feel about Western RPGs, KingThrash? Stuff like from Bethesda games, and like Fable, stuff like that. The way I'm kind of looking at it is I feel like Xbox Series X is going to be more in line with the 360 generation. How we were getting games for that. This chat is turning kind of blue. If you know what I mean. Let's talk about the heatsink again. Oh gosh. Yeah. Let's talk about the heatsink again. Fable 1 and 2 are the best games. I'm pretty excited to see what Xbox is going to do this generation, guys. Like I am, man. They've put a lot of money in a lot of places to secure a lot of good developers, man. So only time is going to really tell this generation. I think we're going to be getting some pretty good stuff. I was a fan of Fable, but Western RPG started to go in the gas route. Yeah. So do you game on Xbox and PlayStation, KingThrash? And how do you feel about this heatsink in the new revised heatsink? Do you think it's going to be a problem going forward or what? I should actually invite you guys to my show. There we go. Going back green. I love Oh man. Well, this channel is neutral, man. I never claimed to be anything but neutral. Okay, yeah. All right, cool. I just noticed a lot of your videos are always positive PlayStation. So that's why I asked. I like both. I do kind of tend to complain more about PlayStation on this channel. And that probably just has to do with me being a PlayStation guy for so long. That what's wrong with the heat sink? How they took out like 300 grams of material out of this, man. Yeah, the new model they pulled out like 300 grams of the material. Smack like your show, but these Sony ponies are terrible. They can sell those guys anything and they won't complain. Oh man. I'll tell you what, man. Like I used to be pretty conditioned to buy every single PlayStation first party game when it came out, man. I'm not gonna lie. KingThrash is a bad man. The realest one they don't want to talk about barbecue grill. Oh gosh, man. You guys are terrible. 300 grams sounds like a drug deal. That's a lot of grams, man. That's like a half a pound. That's a whole lot, man. That's a half a pound of heat sink, man. That's a lot of material when it comes to yeah. They took out a lot of that copper. They pulled out a lot of copper and replaced a lot of it with aluminum and shrunk the size of it. So it's definitely going to be, is not neutral, but me, I'm super, super neutral. KingThrash Gaming is not neutral. Yeah, I noticed that a lot of his stuff is only only PlayStation. Well, unpopular thought. Yeah, PC gamer here, and you are full of crap. Oh man. Yeah, it's definitely blowing out more heat. It's either creating more heat or blowing out. I just know that the bigger the heat sink, the better, man. And I'm not saying the Xbox's heat sink is bigger or better or anything. I'm just saying that that's not normal to take out. Not true. No, Xbox just need to make. What was that freaking comment, man? No, Xbox just need to make more PlayStation type games. Yeah, they do need to make some more single player games. That is really big with the PlayStation community. As a PlayStation fan for as long as I was, I really do like my single player first party one and done games, dude. I do appreciate them. And I will keep buying them as long as they keep making them. We got games and more choices than we ever had. We just need to enjoy gaming. Yeah, it's definitely true, man. Laughing my ass off, bro. Too much logic. 300 grams less while lifting the system means less muscle growth and unfortunately less women. Oh, that's pretty good, man. That's pretty freaking good. Blessed Topher, what's up, man? You getting Deathloop? Dude, I'm kind of thinking about it. It's not on my list, but I'm definitely, if I do buy it, it's definitely going to be an impulse buy, to tell you the truth. I might see what other people are saying about it when it launches and then make my decision from there, but I don't know. I'm not necessarily 100% set on grabbing that yet. From my ass off, salt to a slug. Hell no. Why is it not normal to remove something that was costing them money? Because they're still selling it to us for the same price, bro. We're still making us pay $500 for it. We're not getting a cost reduction, are we? Which one? Whose logic? My logic? Sev? If it's Sony, it's a big deal, but if a car manufacturer does it, it's normal. I don't know, man. Yeah. They did it to make a profit per console. They were already making money on. They were already turning a profit. That doesn't make any sense. Oh, okay, yeah. That doesn't make any sense, KingThrash. They were already in the green with the PlayStation 5. They've already sold so many freaking PlayStation 5s, dude, that it already makes the they're definitely on track to catch up to I mean, they've already blown past what they did with PlayStation 4 sales. So I think Xbox Series X and S is probably already caught up to the PlayStation 4 sales at this time, but pennies, like I said, 3 to 4 cents. If Match and Clank made their money back, how much was the production cost? 10 million. Yeah. 100. What did they sell? 100, 101 million or 110 million? Yes, guys, hit that like button. I appreciate it. What's up, Junior? Making more profit is the only thing that makes sense. In Sony's case, yes, they do have to make profit because they're gonna have to figure out how to compete with Game Pass. If a lot more third party developers start putting good third party games on Game Pass, Sony's gonna have to answer that. Send a link to. Already got you done. 1.1 million. I don't know. That's what I've seen. I've seen that a couple places. The 1.1 million. Yeah, they sell at a loss and make profit on software sales, so the hardware needs profit. Yeah, but the PlayStation 5 is already turning a profit on the consoles too. It might be, it might not be, Doc. It kind of depends on if it kind of depends on how demanding PS5 native PS5 games are going to be. Once they start moving away from the cross-gen games, like it all depends on how well or how demanding those PlayStation 5 native PlayStation 5 games are really going to be. That's gonna decide if Game Pass is actually profitable now too. Game Pass, yeah. Phil My Spencer said it's it's profitable. So if Phil My Spencer says that, then it's definitely got to be real. I do feel like Game Pass is more profitable than what everybody thinks it is. Why do they need to make a profit if they've got a pile of cash, man? They got Microsoft actually supporting them and investing in Xbox now. So I mean, if they've got unlimited money, then why do they need to turn a profit? They're just doing this to get our data and everything else, man. Like, they're giving us a really good game. He said Game Pass is losing money. I don't think it's losing money, man. I think Sony has abandoned buying copper. They're all on aluminum now. All caps doesn't make it facts. Oh man. And they are using liquid copper, which you can't use aluminum on because it will corrode it anyway. So the liquid metal paste comes into contact with any of that. Yeah, exactly. They have to use that on the copper only. That's a good question, Octavio. If they're losing money, why keep doing it? There's a big difference between making a profit and profitable. I mean, I can kind of see that. What's 15x 18 million? A lot. That's, I don't know. Let's see. I think it's actually more than that though, but you technically have to do it at 10 million though, or 10 times. I don't know. I mean, like, okay, KingThrash, in my opinion, the Microsoft Flight Simulator is the first true next gen game due to the ability to cloud stream the whole planet into this game at one time. If they were to start using this technology to say run algorithms for AI in the cloud and then put them right into your Xbox for the AI, so that the AI could technically be, doing like AI things. Um, like say like one AI, goes into a store, steals something, and then the cops, gets in a high speed chase or whatever, and it creates, different scenarios in the world, and that's all managed on the cloud and then streamed into your Xbox, and you're still playing your game native, like all your visuals and everything would still come from your game natively, but all your AI data would be streamed in from the cloud and it's always there. So that's truly more next gen to me than whatever the PlayStation 5 is going to do. I mean, at this point, after seeing Microsoft Flight Simulator like that, that's pretty impressive to me. That technology is pretty freaking impressive. Yeah, it's a year old. You're right. It is a year old, but the fact that you can fly all over this planet on a 1-to-1 scale, that's pretty impressive, man. And for the game to look as good as it does on an Xbox Series X, that's pretty impressive. I mean, it doesn't look like super, like it's not perfect by any means, but that's pretty damn impressive, man. To be able to fly around the whole world in real time on a 1-to-1 scale, that's pretty impressive, man. Let's hear about Ratchet and Returnal, since he had shut up about months old games. Here's a kicker. What's 100 million times 60? I don't know. I'm not doing any math right now, guys. How is a game that came out before the Series X next gen game? It's not necessarily because of the time it was launched, but the technology that's powering that game is next gen. The cloud is next gen. And the fact that by the end of the year you'll be able to play a game on your Xbox One X by streaming that next gen game from the cloud, dude, that's pretty impressive, man. You got to kind of give Xbox their props, while they're out there building out this new technology, like the PlayStation 5 is the PlayStation 5. They do have next gen is based on time, or technology. I'm gonna give them technology on that one, because this technology is going to power our games going forward, and with being able to do all those calculations in the cloud and then stream them into our games, dude. There's no limit to what these games are going to be able to do in the future, man. You cannot play Flight Sim on an Xbox One X or S, only Series X or PC. Yeah, you will be able to play those by the end of the year, though. I believe. Didn't Microsoft just announce xCloud's coming to console, and you'll be able to play those games on xCloud? I'm pretty sure they said that. I'm pretty sure they said that on the first day of the during their show. But wouldn't that make Hot Shots Golf a tennis sim, Gran Turismo racing sim, Call of Duty shooting sims, Uncharted and Indiana Jones sims? Basically, they're all freaking simulators, dude, because that's basically what we're doing. We're playing in a simulated world. So technically every video game is a simulator, man. Can we talk about why we got to pay for next gen features such as I don't know, man. I'm kind of hit and miss on the next gen haptic feedback, whatever stuff. I was playing Forza Horizon 4 today, and I'm feeling all these freaking these rumbles and movements and like little things while I'm playing on my Xbox, my basic Xbox Series XS controller, man. And I'm like, wow, dude, like that doesn't feel that far off from what I'm feeling on the PlayStation 5 controller, guys. I mean, I don't know, man. Cloud computing was in Titanfall 1, a last gen launch game. The tech is pretty old. Well, it does evolve. I'm just saying, man, if PlayStation doesn't have anything like the cloud gaming solution to be able to popped in earlier, but was busy and saw someone mention Scalebound. Scalebound was a Series X game that was trying to come out last gen console, and now would be the perfect. Yeah, exactly. Now would definitely be a good time to resurrect that game. They don't want the future, so they have to live in the past. Yeah, bringing up the past for. Yeah, he is right. The game did come out a year ago on PC. The fact that it can run on a next gen console on the Xbox Series X is amazing all on its own. Name some none of those are sims. What in Halo is a simulation of something in real life. Well, I mean, like it's a simulated space. I mean, technically you can say anything's a sim if it's simulated in a video game, right? Halo is a heaven sim. Damn. Halo's, I don't know, man. I'm not really a major Halo fan, but I will give this new one a try. You speaking too much truth, bro. Then Pony's gonna like it. Don't talk about their controller either. They love that thing more than their children. I don't know, man. Game and go play Sackboy. Hey, man, that's not funny. I was playing Sackboy today too. Phil Spencer gave props to Sony in the DualSense. He knows Xbox dropped the ball. Yeah, dude, the DualSense is not a bad controller. I'm just not seeing what everybody else is like freaking super excited about, man. It's some games do it really good. The majority of games do not do it good at all. When I played that freaking that Astro Bot thing, dude, it felt pretty good, man. I was like, whoa, dude, I like the way this feels when I'm running through the sand and stuff. You don't feel that on any other game. You don't feel that in Assassin's Creed. You don't feel that in Ghost of Tsushima. You don't feel that in any other freaking game, man. Xbox past doesn't matter. What matters is now that they're alive and doing better. Yeah, exactly. They're going to be bringing out stuff. So yeah, dude, I'm happy for Xbox fans this generation that are going to finally start to get some good stuff, man. Talk, I love this. Finished Scarlet Nexus earlier. It was awesome. Lots of brains were mentioned. Yeah, dude, I definitely thought Scarlet Nexus was pretty good, man. KingThrash Gaming, it's all love. Game recognized. Yeah. Hey, Furbecker, how's it going, man? Welcome back. It's overrated. It's overrated. No DualSense. Collects visible germs. PlayStation wants to come out with the cloud tech in a game. They would still have to pay Microsoft for using the Microsoft cloud. Yeah, exactly. I mean, they did sign a deal with the Azure cloud. So, I mean, that technology is possible to come to the PlayStation 5, dude. I mean, will PlayStation first party devs use it? Who knows, man? It'd be pretty cool. I think they should. They would be dumb not to. Go to Dave and Buster's and play one of those gun games. Then go home. Use a DualSense. Yeah. Said a 64 controller was better than the DualSense. Oh, I don't know about that, dude. I liked the 64 controller, but I didn't like it. Yeah, that's right. Nixus is definitely going to be porting all those games to the PC. That's good, though, man. That's good for gaming in general. Everybody, is going to be able to play those. I ain't blowing on any controller, even if they paid me. Oh, God. That is pretty funny, man. The blow into the controller, man. Oh, gosh. Oh, damn. Yeah, that is definitely a thing, man. You can blow into your controller. What do we need a link for? What are we talking about? Game Pass equals 5 PS5 Game Busters? I need a link. Is that what you need a link to? Facts. Wow. We don't got no games. We only have controllers. Well, at least for this year, man, we are going to be kind of pretty dry for PlayStation 5 games, man. This is going to kind of suck, to tell you the truth, man. If all I had was a PlayStation 5 right now, dude, I'd be pulling my freaking hair out, dude. I'd be pretty pissed that all I get is, I don't know. I was pretty okay with buying a Series X to play old games on it, so I don't know. LOL, my girlfriend blowed my controller for me. Xbox is next gen because it offers the best experience in gaming. I can play everything and we grew up. Yeah, exactly, dude. You can definitely be playing a lot of those games to join the show. I won't even cuss. Just want to discuss. Oh, you want to join the show? Okay, we can do that. You on Twitter? I'll send you one over on Twitter. I'm gonna bring KingThrash into the game, guys. Or KingThrash. Let's see. Follow me over on Twitter, KingThrash, and I'll send you one over there. Oh, let's see. Okay, I got it. I got it copied. Follow me on it's Frogboy X1 Gaming. Oh man. Be chaotic then. Game Pass getting Far Cry 6? I don't think so. I don't know if Ubisoft's going to be doing a lot of those. Let's see. Oh man, this game. Getting NBA 2K 2022. I don't know. What was it? Oh, spell it. Okay. Buckle up. The show's about to go left. What do you mean left? Yeah. This is going to be interesting. This is definitely going to be interesting. This is no longer a neutral channel. I'm drafting him to the green side. I can bring you in too, Doc. You want to come in? Follow me on Twitter, man. I'll give you the link too. I want Doc to join also. Yeah, definitely. He can join. I'll send him if he's following me on Twitter. Also, I'll send you both one. Let's see. Let me see if I can find you on here, Doc. Can I just put the? I'm gonna just post this right here. There you go. Both of you guys can join. Go ahead and join, Doc. About a CW trained subject, so it wouldn't be very fun. All right. Wish I could, but I can't chat tonight. Okay. Well, here we go. KingThrash.
What's up?
Welcome to the show, man.
Sir, thank you, sir. This is my second time seeing your show, too. Hey.
Nice.
I'm at work, so I don't know how well it's gonna sound and stuff. But yeah, man, I'm here to discuss gaming, man. I don't like to debate no more. Ain't no console war to debate about. And there ain't no war no more. And don't worry, bro. I won't you know what I'm saying, cuss or nothing like that. This ain't my channel, bro. I don't do that on other people's channels and shit. So I mean, and stuff. So I ain't gonna disrespect your channel, none at all.
Okay.
All right. Few things though. Game Pass and profit. They are not making a profit. No way, shape, or form. They're not going to make a profit until they get at least 150 million subscribers.
Well, I don't know. Well, if you think about it, if say the average gamer, you or me, say not you or me, we probably buy a lot more games than a lot of people.
Right.
If you figure the average gamer probably, buys, maybe one game every 6 months, right?
Uh-huh.
So if they're spending that $15 a month over the whole year, they're still buying their 2 games, but they're still getting the availability of all those other games that are on Game Pass. And if you've got, because more average gamers are going to buy this, more soccer moms are going to be buying this for their kids, more when they get their Xbox Series S's. Well, I mean, if they've already
why they got to get Xbox Series S? I mean, like,
if they've already got 20 million subscribers to this thing, they haven't really even told us anything.
Well, they stopped reporting it. They haven't reported it for like 3 quarters now, which is concerning. But they haven't reported it. Just like they don't report Xbox numbers no more because they were bad. They stopped reporting Game Pass numbers. The last number we got official was 18 million. They reported no other, and this is to investors. And so it's really important to give them good numbers. Not to mention that 18 million was not concurrent numbers. So they were including people who stopped being on Game Pass, or people who had the 15-day free trial and just let it lapse or whatever. Not everybody on Game Pass is paying $15, right?
Okay, so if Game Pass, okay, so I used to manage a game store, Game Crazy. I used to manage Game Crazy.
Okay.
I can see Game Pass being a far better value than paying $70 for a PlayStation game any day of the week. I'm bringing it back to
because more games.
Well, yeah.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hey, just real quick. Hey, what's up, guys? Just real quick.
So you're gonna interrupt. You're gonna say this real quick in the middle of somebody. Wait your turn.
I just heard you say something though, man. You just said talking about that they haven't reported all the numbers already, and then you're over here talking about that it hasn't made a profit. So how do you know if they haven't reported all the numbers? You literally don't know. That makes no sense.
I'll tell you how. Okay, let's assume.
No, don't assume.
Okay, so then stay at the 18 million then, right? I was going to give it a higher number, but
I'm going to put this
18,
on.
Let's assume that they're at 18 million, right? Or let's just say that's concurrent. It's not concurrent, but let's just say it. Let's just say that everybody of that 18 million is spending $15 a month, right?
Oh, okay.
All right. You take that number, right? Put it to that's their revenue. It's not profit. That is revenue.
All right. The headphones aren't going to work.
Huh?
I said the headphones aren't going to work.
Is it mine?
I'm getting a lot of. I was going to put on some headphones, but they're not working. So I don't really want to get into like a whole argument over Game Pass.
I'm not going to argue over it. I just want to show you guys how it's not profitable. I work for Coca-Cola. I work for one of the biggest companies in the world as a manager. So numbers is like my forte. It's what I do. I mean, I've predicted so much stuff that's been going on with these consoles. It's crazy simply because I'm a numbers guy and I know that numbers run businesses. Nothing more, nothing less. So I mean, if you follow the numbers, then you'll know damn near half the story, if not all of it.
Well, okay. So as me, I'm a PlayStation fan. I've been a PlayStation fan since the very first PlayStation. I've had every single PlayStation. Even bought their VR. I get more value out of Game Pass than I get out of my PlayStation 5.
Facts.
I get more value, and for me as a paying customer,
say it again.
That means more to me.
Yes.
Than freaking paying $75 to play Ratchet and Clank for 10 hours.
Facts.
Okay.
Facts.
Hey, these are facts. And the same thing for you, Doc, right?
How do I subscribe twice? Let me subscribe twice.
Wait, hold on. So we can have a proper conversation about Game Pass, right? Let's have a proper conversation about Game Pass.
Yeah, but if Game Pass...
Wait.
But if Game Pass has given me that value, as a gamer. If Game Pass is giving me that value, do I really care if Game Pass is making money or profitable?
Yeah,
exactly.
Okay,
Facts.
Let's have the conversation.
What conversation? We don't care if they're making profit. What conversation gonna have?
Hey, I said I wasn't going to be toxic. I said I wasn't going to be tripping, and I'm not. So I'm trying to have a proper conversation. Can we have that?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Now, when we're having this conversation, when you're having a proper conversation, you do not make it about you, because we aren't talking about you. We're talking about Game Pass as a whole, not you. 18 million people are not you. You know what I'm saying? So we're not talking about you and what it delivers to you. Obviously, everybody's going to have something that satisfies them that might not satisfy everybody else. So it makes the conversation impossible, because everything that we talk about, you're just going to say, well, to me, this is good. To me,
and 18 other million freaking people are enjoying our Game Pass subscription on a monthly basis. There's maybe been like a couple of months where I'm like, oh gosh, Game Pass doesn't really seem like it's that great, but I mean, the stuff that they've delivered and they are going to continue to deliver throughout the end of this year, like Game Pass is an amazing value for the person that picks it up. And if there's people like you out there on the other side saying, "Oh man, Game Pass is garbage and they're not making any money," dude, Game Pass.
Who said? I never said it was garbage.
Game Pass.
I never said it was garbage.
Game Pass has delivered a value to me that like I can rise above and see, because I used to manage a game store. When I had kids bringing in their whole freaking collection to trade it in to buy one game, bro, I'm like, wow, dude, for $15 a month, these kids can play whatever the hell they want, dude. I feel like
that's not true.
A candy shop when it comes to Game Pass.
Well, that's not true. That's where your mistake is, because those kids probably went and bought Call of Duty. See, on Game Pass, you cannot play anything you want. You play only what they allow you to play, and that's only like what 300 games out of 4,000. So there's definitely stuff I mean, the same thing for PS Now, right? I mean, you could do the same thing with that, but I don't see a value in that either. In fact, gamers don't see a value in Game Pass or PS Now. You gotta realize that.
Okay.
I had Game Pass I had PS Now for over a year, and I thought Game or PS Now was not that great because of the fact that you had to download all the stuff, like PlayStation 3, or because of PlayStation 3. Because you were streaming it, and the stream was crap.
Talking about how great streaming was going to be coming to the Xbox Series like a few minutes ago.
Yeah, well, that's a different story. Xbox has a whole freaking infrastructure that's built.
I mean, you do realize that PS Now has more downloadable games than the entire library of Game Pass, right? For a cheaper price.
Yeah, but I mean,
for a cheaper price.
Yeah. So what's your point? So streaming, it's good, right?
The same price.
The point is that PlayStation gamers don't care about none of this, because
it's actually the same price. You still have to pay your $10 for the PS Now, and you still have to pay your. I guess if you sign up for PS Now at the whole year, you can get
exactly the year.
That's the only way. But if you're doing it on a month-to-month basis like you are on
but then you got to pay for Xbox Live. If you got PS Now, you don't got to pay for online.
KingThrash.
You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all don't even know the value, because people don't discuss the value. We don't really care about it.
No, KingThrash.
It's not good for having high level marquee games. They will never make a game like The Last of Us be day and date on PS Now. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make financial sense. They can just do it later.
It doesn't, and that's the beauty of it, dude.
Exactly.
That's the beauty of it. Microsoft is dragging
can afford it, right?
Is dragging PlayStation out, man.
Because they got more money. They could afford it. You're literally making the argument against yourself, but you don't even see it.
Y'all don't know business. Okay, look, you guys say
I don't need to know business. I play video games.
You're not making it toxic, right? I can get toxic. I'm not trying to get toxic, so let's keep it real, all right?
Well, what if Xbox
Microsoft is a bigger company? Hold on. The fact that Microsoft is a bigger company with more money, that means that the goals that these companies got to make for this gaming is higher than PlayStation's. They have higher goals because they have higher money to make. You guys got it backwards, thinking that it's better that Microsoft is there. The only thing they got with Microsoft is security. That's what any company that owns a developer. That developer has security. And a lot of times those developers want to leave because with that security, they also have things they have to do. And
I
that's,
got.
and that's
What
a
if?
stressful
But
part of
what
it.
happens
Can
when?
I ask something? Let me ask something though.
Yeah.
King, what's your point to all this though, man? Like,
We
what's your
we
point?
were talking about, well, before we came in here, we were talking. They were saying that Game Pass was profitable. Profitable. I was going to explain to you how it's not. I'm not saying that it's bad. PS Now isn't profitable either.
Okay, okay,
You
but
know,
what I'm saying,
almost,
is
I don't think the only people that's
I'm
making
glad you said that.
profit
I'm no, no,
is
no, no.
Disney.
Listen, King. But listen, I'm glad you said that. I'm glad. So that was the original reason you came in. But then you also said that they haven't been reporting numbers. So that means that you don't know. That means that you don't know. So how can you say it's not profitable?
What do you mean?
Profitable.
They need over 150 million subscribers to be profitable. If you would
And
have
how
let
many?
that,
And how many do they have? How many do they have, King?
they have 18 million so
No,
far.
you don't know that. You literally said
Okay, okay,
you
they got
don't
50
know.
million. Okay, they got 50 million then.
You
Double,
don't know
triple
that.
it.
You don't know
Double it,
that. You
triple it,
don't know
triple
how
it.
many they have.
Go
That's my
ahead
whole
and triple
point.
it. Okay, I don't know, right? So let's give them
There you go.
30
There you go.
million.
That's it. You don't know.
I
So
don't
that's it.
know. So let's give them
Thank
30
you.
million, the number that we know they
Thank you.
haven't reached yet. Give them 30 million. They still won't make no money because they have 300 and what, 74 games on Game Pass. That's
Well,
374.
so think about this, Thrash. Think about this for 1 second. Okay, you said you know numbers and stuff, right? Microsoft for every game that third party developer sells on the Microsoft Game Store, do they not pay Microsoft 30%?
That depends.
Yes, they pay 30%. But if Microsoft,
on average, they pay 30% on average.
so okay, on average, they even pay that on PlayStation 2, right?
That's a very rough average, but yeah.
So they pay that on PlayStation 2, right?
I believe so, yeah.
It's okay. So if Microsoft tells the developer, "Hey man, if you throw your game on Game Pass, dude, we'll take a 14% cut on everything else you sell."
What do you mean?
What if that's the deal to the developer that's selling, like say Back for Blood, they only take 14% instead of the 30% for them just putting that game on Game Pass too. What if they don't have to spend any money and they just say, "Hey, you know what? You put that game on Game Pass, and we will only take 14%." Would that make
14% of what? They're taking 14% of what?
So Back for Blood. So if for every copy Back for Blood sells on the Microsoft Store, they pay Microsoft 30%, right?
Yeah. What? I'm asking you.
So if they tell the Back for Blood developer, "Hey man, for every game that you sell, we're only going to take a 14% cut, but you put that game on Game Pass as well." So every game they sell, instead of losing that 30%, they only have to pay like 14% or something.
So then they'll cut into their own unit sales by putting it on Game Pass. Who's going to buy it on Xbox if it's on Game Pass? You're already going to lose what, 18 million at the very least sales of that game. Like, how is that even a proper deal for them if they are going to be losing? They're getting what? They're taking 14%. So they get half of what they would normally get. They get half more, but then they lose over half of the unit sales that that wouldn't make sense at all.
You realize that people still buy games. Not everybody's subscribed to Game Pass. People still buy them.
Microsoft sales?
I just bought Psychonauts 2 and I downloaded it on Game Pass.
Have you seen Microsoft's game sales? Have you seen their numbers? They show it.
Wait, do they show those?
They show Microsoft sale numbers. Capcom is like 7% of Microsoft, bro. Like 7% of their game sales total are Microsoft. That's not an attractive deal for any developer to look at. If they look at those numbers. Ain't no if. They look at it because it's their job to do so. And they're not going to sit there and be like, yeah, put this on Game Pass so I can lose more units on a console that already sells the least games in gaming.
Okay,
well, if you think about it, if you really think about it, Microsoft putting these games on Game Pass, they might not make money cash from us, but Microsoft has so many different services around the world for different things like Office, Microsoft freaking Windows and shit.
So you saying they get
our data. They get our data and stuff, I mean, in return for
that's what I'm telling you. They have to pay these developers a lot of money to put their games on fucking Game Pass, bro.
Sony has to pay Square Enix and everybody else to freaking.
Exactly. I said Sony doesn't make it on PS Now either.
Okay, no. King. So King. So what you're saying is, if Game Pass is not profitable, right? Which to me it doesn't matter whether it is or not. But if it's not profitable,
buy it if it's in Game Pass.
No, but if it's not profitable, then eventually it'll go out of business, right?
No, no,
it won't.
no.
So then, what's the point? So I don't care as a gamer then.
You don't know business. That's why you're asking me what the point is, right?
Yeah. What's the point?
Xbox as a console hasn't
Show games.
Xbox as a console has never made Microsoft a profit. They've already said this in court under oath. They said it. Right, it's facts. I mean, y'all laughing, but I'm
checking Microsoft's pockets.
I mean, they've never. No, I'm not. It was in court. It was over that epic shit with Apple and shit, and they brought Microsoft into the courtroom and they asked them, how much money are you making on Xbox console? The Xbox consoles has never turned us a profit.
But
okay, that's fine. But is Game Pass going away though?
There was also something in there, KingThrash, about Epic Games telling Sony they would pay them what $200 million to start putting their games on the Epic Game Store on PC.
Yeah, Sony laughed them out the room, right?
No, the Sony's putting freaking games on the PC, bro.
On Epic Game Store?
Yeah, they're coming out on Epic Game Store and the freaking.
What game are we talking about?
Didn't we already get Horizon Zero Dawn and
that's in Steam, bro? That's in Steam. I know my information. You laughing, but your XP too low, Doc. Go ahead. What was the game that went to Epic, bro?
King, I'm laughing because you're fighting so hard for money that's not going to your pocket, bro. None of this money is going to your pocket. Why do you care, bro? Don't you play games, bro? Don't you play games? Why do you care?
I play games. Whatever game you want to run, we can run it right now, and I whoop your ass in any game you want to get your ass whooped.
But he's got a point. He's got a point, KingThrash. Like, why are you so against Game Pass? Or
I'm not against Game Pass. I'm against services. I'm all for gamers having the best games possible. Period. And we have to support the service, whether we like it or not. As gamers, we have to support developers to bring the best games possible.
No.
Game Pass,
okay. Okay. Well, in that case, doesn't Game Pass make better sense for somebody to pay $15 a month to play the not so high quality Xbox games instead of having to buy them?
Sure, exactly. That's what Microsoft wants to do, but they only doing it because they have Xbox fans don't buy games no way.
Okay, so if I wasn't gonna buy the game anyways, why are you against Game Pass? You make no sense again.
Because I know Xbox.
That's why he's laughing at you, because you make no sense again, bro.
Listen. You cut me off. Every time you want to answer the question, I have no problem. I have no problem answering all questions. So let me answer it. We want Microsoft to know where
the future is.
What is Microsoft doing to compete? We see games that they haven't surpassed the Last of Us 1 yet. Like we need to see Microsoft compete like they did with the 360.
I don't know, man. Like
I don't think y'all been gaming in the golden years, then, my nigga, because competition begets the best out of gaming, and whenever competition happens, gamers win. Nobody else but gamers. We're too busy talking about how much money Microsoft is making, and
okay.
Think about this for a second. Ubisoft, they're a pretty big developer. Wouldn't you say Ubisoft is a pretty big developer?
Yeah, they're okay.
Okay, so why the hell are they more concerned about going free to play this generation than they ever have been before?
Because Assassin's Creed ain't selling as much as it usually is.
Actually, Assassin's Creed is selling more now than it's ever sold in its ever sold.
So this last one, the Roman one that just came out, it sold more than all the other ones. You're telling me that, right?
The Odyssey sold more, and so did Valhalla. Yeah, both of these games are selling better.
Odyssey and Valhalla's on a new console and the old consoles, right? So that's understandable. But you're saying Odyssey sold more? Which one sold more?
Odyssey was the highest selling one, I believe.
Damn, this not looking good.
Let's assume that that's true. You're saying that they're going free to play makes what?
So if you think about this, who's the real competition, man?
Who is the real competition?
Okay, you got what, 7 billion people on the planet, and almost every single one of them guys have got a cell phone, right? You can download those games right onto your phone, man, and you can play those games on your phone.
You're saying the wrong things, bro, because only 55% of the world is connected. Only 55%. That includes cell phones and any other bad internet, good internet. 55% only.
But wouldn't you say it would be easier to get a cell phone than to get a big screen TV and a console and all that shit? It's easier to get a phone, right?
This will be the first console to go when you guys are helping it leave. You want to be a cell phone gamer? Then why are you even an Xbox gamer? Cell phones are already here.
I'm not saying. You're not getting the point, man. You're not getting the point.
My bad. What's the point?
You gotta listen, though. You gotta listen, Bobby. Calm down. Calm down.
If all of these big gamers like EA and Activision and Ubisoft and all of these big gamers, Squaresoft, are all fucking throwing these phone games in our face every time they show us shit now. Why is that, dude? Why is that?
Why is it? What do you mean? What do you mean? Why is it?
Why are they doing that? If console games are making so much money
in the gaming market, consoles are the niche market.
Exactly. So all of these guys are going to start chasing this.
Cell phones and PC, right?
All of these guys are going to start chasing this. What Microsoft is doing is giving you the ability. It's
already in there.
Hold on. Let him finish.
If Microsoft is giving you the ability with Game Pass and cloud streaming to play full games on your damn phone, man, with a controller.
Okay.
How the hell can you to be able to crack into that market, bro, and bring Xbox, to all those people? Sony's kind of stupid for not engaging in that.
They sure are. They sure are. But look, let me ask you something though. What does that do for you? You want Microsoft to start making cell phone games? And then putting them on cell phones, and then what does that?
Wait. You just said it was. You just said it wasn't about me. You said it was about all the other gamers. So come on now, make it make sense. You just said it wasn't about me.
Okay,
easier.
You see, that's exactly how you guys argue, and that's why you guys keep catching yourself.
If you y'all been talking about yourself this whole motherfucking time, my nigga. Don't try to play me like that.
No, I just did play you, and then you said to stop.
He just finished talking about himself. That's why I aimed my question towards him.
If you think about it, like all gaming is going fucking cell phone, dude. All of it. PlayStation trying to hold on to a niche market.
Where does that leave us?
Where does that leave us?
Are we going to start doing cell phone gaming? Are you telling me?
Where does that leave us? No. The whole point of this channel is to be happy and to be neutral about freaking games. Okay. But at the same time, man, if we can't be happy about Microsoft Game Pass being able to deliver experiences, full gaming experiences.
PS Now already did it. This is like old stuff. Y'all trying to say Microsoft the PS Now did this.
I mean, honestly, my biggest thing with Game Pass is it is a good value. I do like it.
I know it's a great value. Not even good. It is great. You can get it on a box of Pringles, for God's sake. Yes.
I don't know why the hell are we arguing about it, my friend.
We're not arguing. What we're saying. What I'm saying is,
I don't understand what he's arguing either.
I don't understand why we care about. I really don't understand why we care about a company's profitability.
I don't either. Exactly.
Microsoft is making up Game Pass.
You say, "Oh, well, they're getting this market. Sony's dumb for not doing this market."
No. King.
Number one.
King, you literally hopped on this freaking podcast just to talk about the profitability of Game Pass. You did.
No, that was
you literally did. Bro, you care about the money.
Okay, we weren't even talking about Game Pass. We were talking about.
Y'all want to talk about PlayStation and the Heatsink then? Is this Game Pass like a little bit too sensitive for y'all or something or what, man?
No, bro. Hey, you said the right thing. You said what we wanted you to say. You said Game Pass is great, and now we got it as a soundbite. So I appreciate you for that. Game Pass is great. You said that, King. I appreciate you.
I said it wasn't. I said it's bad for gamers, but it's not bad.
It's bad for gamers. I think it's good for gamers because if these developers, if Microsoft and third-party developers are putting out crap games, yeah, I'd rather try that for $15 a month than spend $60 on that damn game, bro. You want to pay
$15 a month to play crap?
No, not necessarily. I would rather pay $15 a month
than nothing. So I'd rather play nothing and not play crap and play great games rather than pay $15 a month for shit. I would rather not want to do that. Why would you want to? How is that value? That's like eating boo-boo and saying,
no. As what I'm saying is, would you rather spend, because now I buy all my games digital. I don't even mess around with discs anymore. Okay. So I would much rather have a service like Game Pass to where I can try a game and not be completely committed to it, as opposed to spending $60, $70 on a game and then being stuck with it, like on PlayStation. Well, I mean, on Xbox, at least if I buy a game and I don't like it, if I ask for a refund in 2 hours, they give me my refund, no problem. But on PlayStation, dude, I bought Guilty Gear Strive, and I'm stuck with that damn game now.
Damn.
Yeah, I hear it. I mean,
like I don't necessarily think it's a terrible game, but I don't necessarily have an urge to play it. You know what I mean?
Right.
So it kind of sucks that I spent $60 on that game when on Xbox I could have asked for a refund and they would have gave it back to me. And I bought it because one of my subscribers kept telling me how great it was, and I don't necessarily feel the same way about that game.
Well, don't follow people. You know, you got to follow your own heart when it comes to games. Gaming is a very selfish hobby, so you got to go with what you go with. But I mean, if you're gonna say like, okay, the refunds, yeah, I agree. Microsoft has better refunds. That is that is fantastic. They don't have Strive, but they do have.
I feel like the notion this generation and what makes a lot of people that are PlayStation gamers angry is the notion that the Microsoft does seem more consumer friendly at this point. And I'm a PlayStation guy, and I have a PlayStation, and you know the hike in the price. And just some of the other things, concerning PlayStation right now just seems a little less, consumer friendly. Charging me upgrade fees for Ghost of Tsushima when they should have just gave me that with the.
But they did. They gave you a free upgrade. But
yeah, they should have gave me a free upgrade with that. I just feel like
a free upgrade with Death Stranding. with Ghost of Tsushima. It did get a free upgrade patch. What are you talking about?
No, it didn't get a free upgrade.
Yes,
patch.
it did. Oh yeah,
you're right. It did get that 60 FPS one.
Yeah,
you're right. You're right. It did. It did get that 60 FPS upgrade.
Yeah, it did. So it got it. But no, but that's beside the point.
Oh, so you just gotta pay to blow on the controller?
No,
is that what they're charging for?
How is it Xbox consumer friendly? How are they consumer friendly if they launch with absolutely no game?
What's that?
How is that consumer friendly?
Can I really join? Can I really quick? Can I join really quick?
He's just reading the chat. But hey, I gotta head out though, guys. Hey, thank you for letting me on. I gotta head out.
But hey, before you go, Doc, help me answer this question. Help me answer this question. How is Microsoft consumer friendly if they launch a $500 console with absolutely no games and still haven't really brought out anything for the Xbox Series X all the way up until now, and won't until what, November, October?
I personally have seen more value out of my.
No.
Game Pass is available on Xbox One, right?
Right.
So it's like the Xbox Series X is what we're talking about. They just launched it almost a year ago and have launched absolutely no games. First system in console history to launch with absolutely nothing. How is that consumer friendly? Please tell me.
No. The Xbox Series X is not consumer friendly. Xbox is consumer friendly. Xbox is consumer
as a whole.
Xbox is no. Hey, listen, can you let me answer, bro? Stop getting emotional. Let me answer. I'm gonna answer to you. Let me answer to you, please.
Okay. Hold on. Because you said Xbox, so you're saying Xbox One, right?
No, so can you listen? I'm gonna explain it to you.
Consumer friendly when they try to do DRM when they first.
Can you let me answer, please? Jesus Christ, can you let me answer?
Go ahead.
Can you let me answer? Okay. Xbox is more consumer friendly in my opinion. All right.
In your opinion.
Okay. Yeah. It's me talking.
You can say anything. You can say the Nazis are great in my opinion.
But you literally asked me though. You asked me. So then why did you ask me? Why would you ask me if you didn't want my opinion? Again, you see how you make no sense? Why would you ask me if you don't want my opinion?
Okay.
So do you want my opinion? Because you asking me, right?
Sure. Yeah.
You see, that's how you see. Hey guys, the whole chat. This is how Sony Ponies people act. They don't know how to talk. Okay.
I mean, they definitely are a lot more emotional. That's for sure.
Bro, look at all his emotion. He literally asked me, and now he doesn't want me to answer from my point of view. Which want me to answer for
18? You gotta let him answer, Thrash.
Yeah.
I am. I'm saying go ahead.
All right. So for me, right? Since you asked me, Xbox is more consumer friendly because of Game Pass. Because I also have a PC. And I do like cloud gaming as well. And I do like the fact that on Game Pass, those games that I want to play on my PC, I can download them and use my PC's hardware to use it. There's no paywall or anything for me to use my PC. And if I want to buy a more powerful PC, I know that I have a plethora of games that I can already play because I have Game Pass. I can also play Game Pass on my Xbox Series X. And you're absolutely right. My son has an Xbox One S, and he also has Game Pass on there. So yes. And then I also have Game Pass. Let me finish. I'm not done. And I also have Game Pass. And I also have Game Pass on my phone. So yes, to me, Xbox this generation is a lot.
Now that's not this generation. Game Pass is like 5-6 years old, bro.
Yeah, but I also mentioned the Series X. But I also mentioned the Series X.
Game Pass came out in like 2017.
Oh, Xbox is more valuable to me because of those things. Did you understand that, or were you trying to find arguments the whole time I was talking?
Being honest, you're trying to give Xbox One's things that they did with the Xbox One credit. The majority of the games on the Xbox Series are Xbox One games.
I don't necessarily look at Microsoft as in generations anymore. I kind of see Microsoft more as an ecosystem because
it is an ecosystem.
Because where Microsoft is now heavily invested in game preservation and bringing more games to the console than PlayStation ever will.
No, that's not true.
Yeah, PlayStation
5 has more
screwed up.
games.
I think PlayStation screwed up with the PlayStation 3 by making that cell chip that has it's put
it's on PS now. They have all those games on PS now, and they have more PS3 games than the Xbox has 360 games.
But you already know KingThrash. You already know though. Those PS3 games you gotta stream them. You gotta stream them. And PS Now on PC because I have PS Now. I have PS Now.
What's going on PlayStation side? Clearly, if you don't know that Sony has more games in every generation.
No, I have PS Now. Can you listen? I have PS Now. You cannot download the games on the PC.
No,
not the 3, not the PC.
No. You can't download any of those games on the PC with PS Now.
Oh yeah, really?
No, you can't. So what does that mean?
That's already something that I value more. Like, how can you not see that? How are you just going to dismiss that, bro? You can't dismiss that.
What does it mean?
Okay, it means that Game Pass is better than PS Now. Okay, thank you.
Better than all of them. I don't
Thank you. Thank you.
But you see, that's the thing with you Xbox fans. You guys want to try to get a win, and you use this rental service that's
nobody's getting a win. What are you talking about? Nobody cares.
We're not trying to win anything.
We're not trying to get a win.
I'm not trying to win anything. I don't even give a shit what Microsoft is doing. As long as I get a value for what I'm doing.
Yeah, this is more valuable.
Okay, it's Pokemon Diamond. If you have a PC, if it has nothing to do with the Xbox, it's just Game Pass. Right?
Xbox, yeah. Xbox has more value this generation. That's all.
No, it's Game Pass has more value.
Okay, if you want me to go deeper, how about this? If one of my controller breaks, it's all good because I can use my old Xbox controllers on my Series X. How do you like that?
Very true.
Can you do that? Can you do that? No, you can't. Sony's gonna make you buy a brand new one.
I have a next generation.
So better. Again, better for the consumer. Xbox is better for the consumer. Xbox is better for the consumer. Okay.
You're still putting batteries in there, bro. Like I have a next generation.
I'm putting batteries.
They charge you $200 for an outdated controller.
Dude, this Elite Series 2 controller, man, this battery lasts me like 40-something hours, dude.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I know. Then you have to buy some more batteries.
No,
the Elite Series 2 has a rechargeable battery. What are you talking about?
You bought the controller and then you bought a rechargeable battery for it.
No, the Elite Series 2 comes with a rechargeable battery.
How much you pay for the Elite Series 2? How much you pay?
It doesn't matter. Stop counting my pockets and Microsoft's pocket. Go play Astrobot, bro. Go play Astrobot. Go blow on your controller. That's the part. You got nothing to play right now, bro. You got nothing to play. You got nothing to play. What are you playing right now? What are you playing? Ghost of Tsushima, but you paid that. Please tell me you did not pay the extra money for that. For the Rumble. Please tell me you did not.
I paid the $30 for
it. My God. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, bud. Bro, hey, KingThrash, start a GoFundMe account. I got you, bro. Start a GoFundMe account, bro. I got you, bro.
Would you like
the $30 for it, man? I got my 3 hours of gameplay.
Hey, I gotta let you guys go, but this was fun, man.
Don't lie. Don't lie. It's 15 hours of gameplay they got on there. It's not no 3 hours. Don't sit there and lie.
I got it in 3 hours, man. I got through the main story in 3 hours.
You got through the main story in 3 hours.
Yep. The story campaign of Icky Island was 3 hours. 3 hours and 9 minutes.
3 hours.
3 hours and 9 minutes.
All right.
Hey, I'm out, guys. You guys have a good night.
All right, Doc. Thanks for coming.
In that game.
Really appreciate you coming on.
You ran to the end or something? What'd you do?
No,
15 hours of content. You're telling me that you just ran through this game in 3 hours.
The 3 hours for the Icky Island DLC was about 3 hours for the main story. I've got about 6 hours and 15 minutes on Icky Island now invested in that. doing side content, and I'm pretty much like I've seen everything on the island now. I got like 3 more question marks to get to, and I've basically completed all the side content.
Okay,
so I'm about 6 hours and 15 minutes in that. So if I get about 8 hours, it is what it is.
No. All right, I'm gonna take your word, but you can get 8 hours. Don't say 3 hours. That's not right to say 3 hours.
No, the main campaign.
I said the
main
content.
story.
I said nothing about the campaign.
The story
content. With the DLC is the content.
How many people go into the open worlds and do all the side content? King.
You and many others. How many people like that's like saying how many people is going to be on Halo Infinite, right? You're going to see every map. Is that going to
be some people might get on there and do just the story content and be done with it, you know what I mean? So 3 hours for that story content. The newest Assassin's Creed Valhalla DLC took me 10 hours to do all the story content.
Too long. That game is too long to be too long.
I don't know, man. I appreciate the 100+ hours of gameplay I get out of Ubisoft games. I really do appreciate that.
Drags. But I mean, that's just me. You know what I'm saying? That's my opinion. I mean, I don't like it, but I know
I did
people who do. It just drags. I like to get to a conclusion at some point. I don't want to be doing this and then doing it for 100 fucking hours, and it's like it start getting repetitive, and I just can't, man. It's too repetitive.
Yeah. Normally the Assassin's Creed games don't get too repetitive for me because I really like to run around and check out their open worlds. Ghost of Tsushima is probably one of my favorite PlayStation games of last generation. Ghost of Tsushima, it was an amazing experience. I really appreciated that game overall. The shortness of the Icky Island DLC, it did leave me a little dumbfounded that I was able to get through that in 3 hours, because I was like, wow, man, I was expecting more. But the side content that I have experienced in that since then has been pretty. I mean, it's quality, so I mean, it's not bad by any means.
I mean, I think the main point what PlayStation dudes be saying, man, is that, I mean, I guess Xbox dudes are stepping away from it, but it's always been about quality. You know what I'm saying? You get a new generation, you talk about all these specs, you do all of this stuff. You want to see the results of it. You know what I'm saying? You see, they bought you with the spec talk. They bought you with showing you this and showing you that. It wasn't nothing about no Game Pass or no PS Now.
So look at it this way, KingThrash, because I've really never been a big Xbox guy. I've only really started buying my third-party games on Xbox since the Xbox One X. When I bought my Series X, I knew right then and there, Phil Spencer, they all said that we weren't going to have any games. We weren't going to have any exclusives for a couple of years. So when I bought that console, it was purely for the backward compatibility. It was purely for the enhanced backward compatibility that I was going to get with that console. And all of the games, dude, I've got well over, what is it, like 330 games on my Xbox that have all basically seen some sort of an enhancement from the system.
Mostly small enhancements in case, like a lot of games are locked. If it's locked, you're not going to be.
So essentially, for me, buying the Xbox was like getting a new graphics card and a new CPU. For me, buying my PlayStation 5, it was me to buy, more PlayStation 5 games, and like I'm perfectly okay with that. Smart delivery.
Well, there are enhancements on third-party games as well, though, right? And they're backwards compatibility.
Exactly. PlayStation 5's. See, my biggest thing with the PlayStation is because most of the games I bought on the PlayStation were pre-Pro and right after Pro, up to like that first year of the PS4 Pro and the Xbox One X. I was still buying games on both consoles. So basically, everything on my PlayStation 5 basically runs as good as it did on my PS4 Pro. So we're still getting, with the third-party games, we're getting the lower resolutions, we're getting the lower texture details, stuff like that. Whereas on the Xbox, I'm now getting 16x AF anistrophic filtering, which is giving me much better textures
in what game?
A lot of my games, man. And games like Assetto Corsa Competizione, I do a lot of sim racing. That game's running at 60 frames a second in 4K on my Xbox Series X, bro. It's not even hitting 1440p at 60 frames a second on the PlayStation 5 version. So so little things like that.
That's the game. That's the game that the developer had problems with the PS5 version, right? They're gonna patch it in later when they fix it. right?
Yeah, no, instead of Corsa Competizione, they're actually doing a next gen patch. It's coming out next year. But when they first launched that game, it was barely hitting 30 frames a second on either one of these consoles, on the Xbox One X or PS4. So what I'm saying is like just little things like that with the Xbox Series X being able to use the power to give me my 4K and my 60 frames a second.
Yeah, the little things.
Yeah, it's little things like that just across the whole Xbox experience that has made it so that console has been more of a value to me than my PlayStation 5. Because my PlayStation 5 is like every PlayStation generation. You buy your console, you buy your shit, you buy your games, right? You buy your software. I'm about a little over $2,000 in the Playstation 5. Definitely more into the Xbox ecosystem because of all the games.
Of course.
You know, so
especially Game Pass. You haven't paid as much, but since you got Game Pass though, right?
No, well, so I still buy a lot of my games. On the Game Pass, I normally use that to play games that I'm like, I don't know if I'd really want to buy that.
So you're paying a demo game.
Yeah, I'm basically for me, my experience with Game Pass is I am paying to demo games.
Yeah. Is it fair to say that then since it's all based on backwards compatibility, would it be fair to say that the Xbox Series X is nothing more than a last gen refresh, like Xbox One X? But just
technically, like theoretically, you possibly could say that, but the fact
that
we're not using
compatible games.
Well, yeah, but I mean, if you look at it, the fact that we're not using any of the next gen features of the Xbox Series X to enhance those games, it's not fair to say that. So it is a next gen console that. One hell of an emulation machine for last gen games.
Right. So it's basically right now the only use of it is to use it like it's a last gen refresh. And then looking at Halo coming up, we really don't see any of those features being featured in that either. It's a giant question mark when this console is going to actually become next.
LOL 247. No, I'm hanging on to the 980 Pro. I've kept the 980 Pro on my PS5. I'm probably going to upgrade to that 4 terabyte Fire CUDA though. Just depending on, I figure I've got 8 terabytes on my Xbox Series X, and with all of the PlayStation 5 titles that are going to be coming out, I'm thinking either 2 to 4 terabytes is what I'm going to end up with.
You talking about the SSD or what?
Yeah, with the SSD. I was just answering, one of the.
Oh I haven't upgraded my either, but I don't think I am. I might, but I'll just get an external, man. I can always swap them out.
I definitely feel like upgrading the SSD is a good thing. I'm probably gonna either end up with 2 terabytes or 4 terabytes at the end of this, man.
I mean, I think it's wonderful because you can wait for the prices to go down. They're doing competitive pricing, so if anything, I'll wait for the prices to go down. I can buy them right now. It's just that I'd rather wait. I always kind of wait these type of things out just to see who's doing what and what's better for what. You know what I mean? Like just to get a better, because there's too many third party companies making this shit. I don't know which one works well, which one doesn't work well, which one has a problem in the long run.
The best one on the market right now that Sony's actually said, yeah, we 100% support. This is the Fire CUDA 530 from Seagate. The next one is going to be the one that Mark Cerny said with the Western Digital 850. So either one of those, I don't think you can go wrong. The reason why I picked the Samsung is because I jumped the gun and I didn't feel like PlayStation was going to shortchange them. Samsung does make their own memory. They're one of the makers of it. So I feel like Samsung was a good choice for me, and it works just fine. The only difference with the Samsung is you're going to have to put your own heat sink on it. The other two come with pre-installed heat sinks.
Yeah, so that's the thing I'm not going to do. I'm not no PC dude. I'm a console dude all the way. And if you're going to upgrade yours, just make sure you get the one with the heat sink already installed. I already knew, but I mean, I saw
you're still buying third-party games on your PS5 though, right?
I bought Psychonauts. You know what I'm saying? Like I buy all third-party games.
Okay, so you're buying.
No,
So you would probably need at least 2 terabytes. So I would get 2 terabytes. I don't know. I mean, that depends though. If you finish your game and then you're done and then you just move on, I'm not like that, dude. I'm a pack rat. I just bought a I just bought a second freaking card for my Xbox Series X.
They're fucking robbing y'all, but
so I have more space for it.
My deal is, man, like I got gamer sickness.
I just put that thing in there, Straggly Rock again. Did you see it?
Yeah, I got gamer sickness, so I buy a lot of games, a lot of indies, a lot of all type of shit.
Yeah, I call that gaming anxiety. That's my thing.
Like, I see a demo. I'm like, let me look at it. Let me look at the trailer. Let me see if I like it. I mean, I like to give everybody.
KingThrash, Game Pass has saved me so much money because of that shit, dude. I used to just sit here. I would get in a mood like I'd look at all my games and be like, fuck, I just want to play something. But then I couldn't find anything to play, so I'd just jump to the store and then I'd start buying stupid shit. And now that I can just jump on Game Pass and flip through all that shit, it usually fixes that for me. So I'm not spending as much money on games that I don't care about. Dude, I probably got like 60 games that I don't.
I know that you would never beat. I mean,
welcome.
You're not gonna play them. You're not gonna play them. You're not gonna beat them. That's what I don't want to get into, because the games on Game Pass have a time limit on it, and they don't give you the time of when that limit is up.
Yeah, so, you get a pretty freaking long time on these games, though, man. You get
but there's some that you don't. You know what I'm saying?
I really haven't seen. I mean, like the ones that go off are the ones that nobody's gonna play any damn ways.
No. Red Dead Redemption came on and off. Grand Theft Auto came on and off. I mean, they've had their better games come on and off faster than the garbage game.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely true. I don't like the
fact that you don't know when it's gonna. I don't want to invest in myself. What if I get into a fucking game and now I'm gonna have to just fucking buy it, even though I'm paying you to fucking play? Like, I just don't want to deal with that type of shit. I don't like people to tell me to take my money and then take away what I have, or tell me what I can or cannot play. And when you go to a store and you really rent a game, if you go to a place and rent it, you get to choose whatever game you want to play, regardless of what it is. You can go rent Call of Duty. You know what I'm saying? You don't got to wait for Microsoft to choose and tell you can and cannot play it.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, like if I mean, then that's kind of that is kind of something that you have to weigh. You know, if
I'd rather rent.
If you do download the game, you know. I mean, yeah. I mean, like if you download a game, you're probably going to play it, and if it's something that you really like, I just end up buying them.
I mean, to me, it's just like a waste of money.
LOL says, "I love."
I got to bounce though, big dog. My wife called me like 8 times. She probably fucking mad at me.
Oh, you're good, man. I appreciate you coming on the show. Thanks.
No, and I told you, man, I'm civil. I don't know why you brought Doc in here. You know he's gonna cause problems. They always say PlayStation dudes cause problems. Nah, man, I like to talk gaming. I don't really care about the argument. There ain't no console war to me. Console war is over with. It's been over. So
yeah, console war died a long time ago.
Yeah, it's just all about gaming now with me. Just talking gaming, whatever. So I don't know. Y'all do what y'all do, man. I'll holler at y'all.
Yep. Thanks for coming.
No problem.
All right. Bye. Okay, Straggly Rock. Go ahead, man.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, which is fine.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that when he pointed out the who was KingThrash or KingTrash or whatever his name is. So first of all, we shouldn't care about numbers, because like Game Pass is a service for like people who like cannot afford every game that comes out. Like, for example, like I have a friend who literally wants to play Halo, Forza, you know, like the first party games from Xbox, but he only could afford one. Yeah. So then I told him, get Game Pass. And that's what a lot of people don't get, is that
I mean, Xbox Game Pass is definitely good. If you're an Xbox fan and you enjoy Microsoft first party games, yes, Microsoft that makes that a much better value for you. That does.
Exactly. So like he only plays PlayStation, but he doesn't get all the Xbox games. But if there's like that one interesting game or two or three, right, and he doesn't have the money to get it at the time, at that moment, then just get Game Pass, and that would solve your problem. And
well, see, I don't think KingThrash. I don't think he understands that. Say you buy, because you know how games launch. Every like 6 months or whatever. There's like a new game. So you wait 6 months.
Yeah.
And then everything that's on Game Pass, you pay your $15, and if you're a gamer, man, you can get through that stuff in about 30 days, right? You can get through that in a 30-day subscription, and then you cancel your $15 subscription. Then you wait 6 more months, you buy another $15 subscription, and you go to town on games for your 30 days. But then you buy that one game that you normally could only buy, and you can still buy those and still gorge every 6 months on all the other stuff on Game Pass, man. And that's like Game Pass is, dude. Like I said, like I was telling Thrash, I used to manage a game store, man. I've seen the heartbreak of these kids bringing in a whole stack of games to trade them for one damn game, and that's exactly. Microsoft Game Pass definitely helps with that, and it's an amazing value. Like I do believe that Game Pass is a value no matter how you consume it. That's up to you. You pay your fee and you consume it however the hell you want to consume Game Pass, and that's basically what I don't think.
Exactly.
I mean, I don't think PlayStation fans understand it because, dude, if you're a PlayStation fan, you either buy all their exclusives, or when they come out, or you buy the ones you like, And then if you're gonna wait, I mean, like, what the hell are you gonna do with PS Now? Like PS Now to me was not that good of a service because it was engineered so that people could play their PlayStation 3 games on the console that they already bought those games and pay a fee to play them. You know what I mean? That's the whole thing. That's
exactly.
why PlayStation Now never really resonated with me, because when they do put PlayStation 4 games on there, they're way after I've already bought them. So I mean, but it could. I mean, it will provide a value for certain people that don't have the money, like you just said, that don't have the money to purchase more than one game every 6 months. So yeah, it does kind of provide a value, but not on the level that Xbox Game Pass does.
Yeah, and then the profitability
back compat. Exactly. Oh, I was just answering the realist. That's what he was saying. PS Now was exactly, it was there to cover for back compat, and that was it. Dude said he doesn't want console wars, but made that whole stream toxic. Wanted to hop in and just ask him a couple of questions, but he did. Yeah, and that's kind of the way it went. I don't understand why we got on that whole big old freaking Game Pass thing, because any gamer that has Xbox that's bought Game Pass or at least subscribed to it for 1 month knows that shit's a value. I mean, you can gorge yourself on all that crap for 30 days, and whether it's good games or bad games. I mean, Outriders, I thought it was fine. I got my money's worth out of that. I ended up buying that game. I played through the story. I thought it was fine. I should honestly play more games on Game Pass, but I should just play them and then be done with them. It saved me money on the medium. I like the medium, but it was not something that I wanted to own. So I was glad that I got to play through that without having to buy it, man. No, to be toxic, you have to have a point, good or bad.
Yeah.
So
the what's it called? The profitability.
Yeah, the profitability to us shouldn't really matter. I mean, that's on Microsoft. It's either going to sink or swim. If they make a profit on it and they keep it going, cool. We'll have that Game Pass to sit and gorge ourselves on. If they don't, then I guess Game Pass will go away, and we'll find out. In the long run, as a grown ass man, how can you get that emotional over a platform? Exactly. I don't know, man. That really does kind of suck, beast. Like a dude that talked too much crap in the past, and now he's just living a sunk cost fallacy. Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, like my personal feelings on Game Pass is it's saved me money. My personal feelings on Xbox is it's been a value because it's upgraded all of my games that I've already bought on that console. You know what I mean? So that to me alone is more of a value than buying Ratchet and Clank and playing that for 10 hours. I feel like I've gotten more value out of my purchase for my Xbox this generation than I have for my PlayStation. And that's fair. I mean, that's my opinion. I mean, that's not going to be the same for everybody else, because I have bought third-party games on the PlayStation 5, but those are only the ones that people are like, oh, it's running better on the PlayStation. So I bought it, and Yeah, dude, they run about the same. I'm a developer, and I can say Game Pass is, and I can't say Game Pass is bad for developers. It gets users for the game. Exactly, dude. If more people are playing a game that normally they wouldn't play, that's good for developers, because it might not pay off for the developer on that title, but it definitely lets me know who Shadow Warriors 2. I didn't know who the hell they were. I'm stoked for the next game that's coming out. And I played that on Game Pass. I downloaded it on Game Pass, and now I know who they are. And now I'm looking forward to their next game, man. So Game Pass is good for a lot of different things. There's a lot of good value for the developers as well as the players themselves. But if you're talking to somebody that's just 100% set on trying to prove, a service wrong, then, they're not going to see those things until they actually go out of their way to get Game Pass and use it. Yeah, I mean, Xbox has been more of a console. The only reason I never really got into Xbox when I was younger is because of the fact that Xbox was more geared toward multiplayer, and I wasn't really big into multiplayer games, man. I've always been more of that single player kind of guy, but I've been getting more into it lately, considering how much a publisher has to spend to get 500K to 1 million to look at their game. It's crazy good value. Yeah, exactly. Hey, thanks for coming, Straggly Rock. I really appreciate you. Considering how much a publisher has to spend to get 500K. Yeah, exactly. Xbox Game Pass definitely delivers more of a it also gives them, it definitely helps developers advertise more. Their install base doesn't even support their exclusives. Yeah, exactly. If you think about 1.1 million sales for Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart, and then Frog, I'm playing through Psychonauts 1, even though I never interested me enough to want to buy it because of Game Pass, I'm giving it a try. Yeah, I probably should play through the first one. I definitely like the second one. I really thought the second one was a really good game. I definitely feel like you. Oh no, you're good, Straggly Rock. Yeah, thanks for coming on. I appreciate it. I might start doing that in my streams, just dropping the link so people can get in and give me their thoughts on it too, man. I don't have a problem with that. I'm playing those exclusives, and I could have done without them. Yeah. Which ones are you talking about? Like Ratchet and Clank and stuff like that, Realist? Yeah. I don't necessarily think that. Actually, guys, you know what? I've been playing Sackboy, and I'm kind of disappointed I didn't buy that earlier. To tell you the truth, it was pretty fun. Yeah, it does make it pretty interesting, huh? I'm looking forward to Halo Infinite. This is the first Halo game that I've ever actually been kind of excited to play. Gosh damn, I thought I had another water in here. I guess I don't. 25 people in here. Please like the stream. Yeah, exactly, guys. Like the stream, man. I would appreciate that. This has been a pretty good stream, man. I'm gonna have to change the name on here to put Doc and KingThrash on there, though. Let's see. KingThrash and what was it? Doc. I gotta find his name real quick, guys. Sorry. That was pretty cool, man. I appreciate Doc and KingThrash coming on tonight. That was pretty good. It did get kind of interesting though for a minute there. I'm willing to do that more often, just putting the thing in there so everybody can come on here and give me thoughts if they want. Wow, that was a while back. I've missed a lot of comments from you guys. What was it? Doc 85. Doc Dark. Yeah, that was right. Gosh, sorry guys. Doc Dark 1985. I'm gonna make sure I'm following you. You gotta oh my gosh, YouTube channel, right? Is that what you guys were saying? I'm gonna have to follow you and make sure I'm following you. I thought I was though. If you do Xbox stuff, Xbox has also got Frog Boy Gaming. Drop the link and I'll hop in, rock with you for a couple of minutes. Really wanted to respond to KingThrash, dude. Okay, let me go ahead and repost that link then. Paste. Oh, shoosh. Nah, don't do that. Just paste it. No, dang it. Paste. Sorry. Have to work this thing with my little stupid dog. Said 2 sentences and it was good job. Yeah, exactly, man. It was easy work. Yeah, I mean, I think PlayStation guys, they really do, man. They get way too emotional about this stuff, and it's like, come on, man. It's freaking video games, dude. We're all here to play video games and have a good time and talk about our video games. It definitely was pretty fun. What would your reaction be if Xbox bought most of the Warner Brothers studios? I think that would be pretty cool, but it doesn't matter if they buy the Warner Brothers studios because it's the licensing for the Warner Brother IPs is what would really matter, and that's what most people are thinking when they're thinking about them buying Warner Brothers studios is Batman Arkham and all the other stuff that would come with that. So unless Xbox is willing to either rent those IPs or buy them IPs, buying the studios is definitely something that would be fun, but at the same time. It would be good, but they would either have to start making new IP or Xbox would have to rent that IP from them. 4 Force, once you mentioned Game Pass. Yeah, exactly. He did that to himself, bro. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I don't know, man. Like I feel like that's their biggest thing. It's like, why do they complain about the freaking Game Pass if like PlayStation's the one that came out and like took out a pretty good chunk of the freaking heatsink, man. It wasn't Xbox. Xbox didn't do that to them. Why are we going on Xbox, man? The Pony Church will assemble on Twitter tomorrow. I thought they already assembled, man. I thought they were already on there. Oh, funny how when Game Pass is mentioned, the ponies. Oh gosh, yeah, they do. They come running right for that. Doc Dark has one of the best gaming conversation YouTube channels. There's levels to this. Nice. I'm gonna have to check him out. I'm definitely gonna check him out. That's pretty cool, man. I really appreciate him coming to my channel too and support and giving support. Let me see, Doc Dark. $1985. Wasn't we talking about downgrading PS5 obsessed with the Xbox? Exactly. Oh, okay. Yeah, I am subscribed to Doc Dark.
Take your videos offline and watch uninterrupted. Try YouTube.
Well, I am now. Yeah. Okay, yeah. I've watched a lot of his videos. I thought I had already subscribed to you, Doc. If you're still in here. I thought I was already subscribed to you, man. I feel like YouTube kicks us off if we don't watch like videos for a little while or something. Okay, Frog. What you need to understand is that Phil My Spencer told Jim Ryan to take out heatsink in their new systems. That's why they agreed. Clearly, yeah, exactly. Oh, damn. Phil My Spencer, my friend. Yeah. Yeah, no problem, Doc. I thought I was already subscribed to you, man. I have watched your videos a lot. I thought I was subscribed to you. I think YouTube like kicks people off because I'll have a lot of subscribers. I'll get a lot of subscribers in like 1 or 2 days, and then all of a sudden, like they'll go back down too. Xbox is directly responsible for heatsink controversy of PS5. It is, man. It is. I made a video about it, so now it's all about that. Dude, that Austin Evans dude going out of his way to freaking find that information is pretty amazing, man. To be able to get his hands on one of those and tear it down. Yeah, that was pretty freaking cool. I'm surprised he got another freaking digital model though. I tried for like 4 months to get a digital PS5 and I couldn't do it. Game Pass is why we can't afford copper anymore. You guys are freaking hilarious, man. Oh gosh. Yeah, dude, Game Pass makes a lot of people mad. I don't understand why, dude. If you're getting a value out of something, does it really matter if the freaking company's making money? Yeah, of course we want the company to make money on it or whatever so we can keep it because we're selfish. But at the end of the day, like I don't really care if Microsoft's making money on Game Pass. I think Game Pass is a good service. And so I tell people that it saved me money. It's paid for itself over and over and over and over again. So at the end of the day, yeah, go ahead, Beast. Oh, duh. I didn't see you down there. I was just rambling on, my friend. So what's up?
No, you good, man. What's going on?
No, not much. How you doing?
I'm doing fine, man. Yo, listening to my man talk, and there's no disrespect to him. His whole strategy as a Sony fan is what most of theirs is to try to overtalk you with as much bullshit as they can without giving you a chance to respond. And that's what he did to my man Doc, right?
Yeah.
I don't understand how my man said Xbox is not consumer friendly, right? Yet in the same breath, he said they admitted in court or something that they haven't made a profit off Xbox. Man, what is more consumer friendly than losing money to give somebody something? Isn't that liberality?
Exactly.
Like, so it's see, I don't take dudes like that serious. Like, and it's kind of pathetic to be a grown ass man and get that like insecure over something you don't even play.
Exactly.
You know? This is no disrespect to my man because I'll tell him directly this. Like him getting all mad at Doc, like, yo, what games you play? I'll bust your ass right now, bro. Stop it. Like, come on, man. It's not that serious. And I can challenge you to a game right now. I guarantee you ain't gonna whoop my ass because it's not about that, bro. So it's you know, I don't understand, man. Like, if anybody that knows me, Doc knows me. You know, he knows of me. I'm an Xbox centric guy, right?
Yeah.
I started out on PlayStation like most of us. You know, when Xbox came around, I was like, you know, what is this thing coming from my PS2? I was a whole PlayStation fanboy.
Yeah, right? I remember when the first Xbox came out, that big ass Duke controller was like what turned me off.
Right.
But when that S controller came out for it, I was like, all right, you know, I can get one of those. And I got one toward the end of the Xbox that generation. But I've always been a PlayStation guy. I've always been, you know, like I've always gotten this is the first generation since the PlayStation 1 launched that I bought the Xbox first. This is the first one. I didn't even buy a 360 before I bought a PS3.
Yeah, see what? Well, yeah, I mean, you know, I only hopped on the 360 because, believe it or not, I think they were talking about this game called City of Heroes or something, and I seen Saints Row. Because if we remember, Saints Row 1 was an Xbox exclusive, right? So when I seen City of Heroes and I heard how online is gonna be like household and all this, I'm like, yo, this sounds like some future stuff, bro. Like we used to just playing games on the PlayStation, but this thing is talking about doing something different. So that made me invest into the Xbox, man. So that's what I understand about my man. Like you're talking about, you know, Microsoft and Sony's profits. The fact of the matter is, man, Microsoft is a $2 trillion company, right? Yeah. Xbox is worth $600 billion.
Yeah,
I mean, Sony is about 95 billion. PlayStation is 45 billion. Yeah. Bro, you don't get paid by Sony, so why are you going this hard to defend their profits?
Exactly. Well, you know what, man? Maybe Sony does. Maybe Sony does send them free stuff, bro.
Probably.
So when I was a manager at Game Crazy, bro, my Sony rep, he was the most generous by far. You know what I mean? Like if you would push Sony products and stuff like that, they would hook you up, bro. Like I would get hooked up. And I'm not saying that they would do that, you know, just like to try to buy me to do that. No, they would they were more generous. You know, if you pushed a lot of Sony product through your store, like they were generous, man. They hooked you up.
Right.
They were pretty generous. So I could understand, like them being generous and people being like, oh my gosh, like feeling all guilty and shit, because Sony's hooking them up. So they're saying nice things about it and stuff all the time. Cause I've never had Sony like try to pay me to say nice things about their stuff, but
right.
Yeah. So
well, you're right though, man. It's no telling with these guys. So what I love to ask a guy like him is, okay, you like you said, somebody mentioned Ratchet and Clank selling 1.1 million or something, right? Isn't there about 10 million PS5s out there?
Exactly. So they're right at 10% sell through rate for and Returnal was what, 5.6 million or 5.6 or 560,000. So that's 5% of all PlayStation 5 owners.
And you know what's funny? I used to pitch this same number to these dudes with the PS4. I don't understand if you have about 115 million PS4 sold.
Well, God of War is 20 million. God of War is 20 million sales, and there's 116 PS4s out there. So that's not even.
That's about
it's a little
16%.
bit less than, 16%.
16% of all your players buying your game.
And now, a lot of those systems were sold with that game.
Right. And here's the crazy thing that I tell dudes. That's like you been, in a, auditorium at a college campus, and you take a vote asking how many people in this classroom think I'm cool. Out of 100 people, 20 people say, all right, you all right. 80 people don't give a fuck. Then you run out of that classroom and tell
the other 80 people are playing Call of Duty, bro.
Right. It makes no sense, bro. If Sony's exclusives were that good, why don't you support them?
The biggest thing is Sony's name recognition, man. It really didn't have anything to do with their exclusives.
Right.
I personally buy all PlayStation exclusives, but that's because they make those single player games.
Right.
I didn't buy Killzone because I wasn't really into first person shooters back then. So I didn't buy like Killzone, but stuff like SOCOM, Siphon Filter, all the other games that they used to make, those were the ones that I liked. And they've basically gotten rid of a lot of those. So now I'm stuck with, God of War and like the new stuff they're making, man. So yeah, I don't know. Ratchet and Clank, that's basically a teenager game. I don't feel like PlayStation's put out anything that has really been worth that's really been worth the investment so far this generation. Like Ghost of Tsushima, the upgrade's pretty cool. I do like that. I do appreciate them upgrading that, but I think they could have went farther with those upgrades. They could have done a little better with that. Xbox this generation has just given me so much more value for all the stuff that I already had for it, because Xbox One X came out and I started buying all my games on Xbox. I started buying all my third party on Xbox. So my collection for Xbox ballooned pretty fast. Pretty freaking
right.
fast.
And the crazy thing about dudes like that, if you look behind you, as we can all see on the stream, you have every major console sent behind you. But guys like him will try and tell an avid gamer that he don't know what he's talking about. Bro, you bugging. Like you're talking from a boss perspective. This man is talking from the perspective of a real gamer, right? Yeah. So I used to do a lot of that kind of stuff when I was younger, arguing people, going back and forth. I was a bit of a, hothead, raging them bad company days.
Oh, dude, you could go back to you could go to my 2017 Twitter feed and you could see how Sony pony I was back then, man. I was
right.
I remember saying something about, man, my PlayStation 4 Pro could run this Forza 7 better than, you know what I mean?
Right. But dudes, man, a lot of these dudes don't be mentally mature, man. And
yeah, but you look at Gran Turismo Sport on the PlayStation 5 now, and you look at Forza 7 on the Xbox Series X. There's a clear winner.
Right.
The Series X looks freaking amazing.
I mean, why put all that energy into hating on something that you don't like, bro? It don't, even if whether Microsoft is making a profit or not, it doesn't matter, bro. I'm gonna still buy it. And what are you gonna do about it besides hate?
Yeah, exactly. Xbox is changing hearts and minds this generation. I believe that. Right. I definitely believe that. They changed my heart. They changed my mind. They make all that money on my third party games now. PlayStation used to have that locked in the they used to have that on lock, and now, dude, I buy all the if I buy PlayStation, if I buy third party games on PlayStation now, I usually buy them in no sales, at
right
price.
I seen a guy
and that's just because people keep saying that the PlayStation 5 is running games better. So me personally, I have to see it for myself, dude, because I want the best version.
Right.
And sadly, that's just not the case.
Right. I seen before I joined, I seen a guy responded to Doc Dark, and he posted some game like Assassin's Creed Odyssey, I don't know, and it was running a little higher frames than the Series X. But most often the times it's because there's some imperfection with the optimization going on. You know, the PS5 is at lower resolution. Like,
dude, the PlayStation 5 version is way lower resolution.
Right. It's crazy because the dude was talking about grasping for doves. Bro, it ain't no doves. I'm a grown ass man. I play what I want to play. You know my favorite game? Dynasty Warriors. Dynasty Warriors is my favorite game. That ain't never gonna win game of the year. It ain't never gonna be critically acclaimed. It ain't never gonna win no awards, bro. But I don't care. I'm gonna play it. You know,
I mean, there's a lot of niche games out there in these consoles that we like to play, and EA like going for the full multiplayer experience and getting rid of because there was a lot of single player games that EA used to make that were freaking amazing, dude. You know, like Dante's like that Dante game that gosh, what was the hell? What was the name of that one? Dante's Inferno. That game was cool.
Man, I love that game. Better than God of War.
That was like the EA version of God of War, and that was so freaking cool. Like, it's just games like that. I mean, we've kind of grown out of them. That's kind of why I appreciate the way God of War kind of grew up with me a little bit. But I would still prefer God of War to go back to the way it used to be, but on a more grander scale. You know what I mean?
Right.
I still want to experience those experiences, but I want them to be in a more grand experience. I definitely want Castlevania, a new Castlevania made by From Software.
Right.
That would just be that would be heaven for me, man.
Man, you know what I want from Software? Armored Core, bro. Armored Core. That was my game.
Yeah, Armored Core would be good to come back now. I think they could. I don't know. Yeah, I think it could come back now.
I think with the technology, man, because you know the only game they ever made to where you can fully destroy the mechs was Last Raven. If you ever played that on PS2,
I didn't.
That game, the crazy now, and this is the beauty about the age we live in, right? You can release a game these days, and if it has game-breaking bugs, you can just patch it. But back then, when they printed Last Raven, there was a fatal bug with that game on your PS2 CD. Every body you fought had that. I forgot what it was called when you beat the game in Armored Core, and you can like put on more weight or something and still be as fast. Everybody you fought had that, and you couldn't pass that because the game was already out. So it was on disc. But,
they did halfway through that generation make it so you could hook it up to 56K. You could buy that modem when that Final Fantasy Online came out for that. I don't know if they ever really. I don't think they ever did start patching games back then, though. If I remember correctly, because no, they didn't, because we didn't have them. You didn't have them. You didn't download them to a hard drive. Xbox is the only one that's ever had that capability from the first Xbox,
right?
To actually patch games, but I don't know if they ever did that either.
Right. I mean, what I ask dude like the dude KingThrash, man, is this, and this is a simple, honest question that no one's have ever been able to answer for me, man. I grew up playing co-op and multiplayer with my brother, right? Yeah. I've never really liked single players. I'm not saying they bad, you know. God of War is a cool game if you into that. So if I grew up playing co-op and multiplayer, I do not care for single players. Sell me on a PS5. Sell me on a PlayStation. Somebody.
That's gonna be hard, man.
Right. Okay. Definitely. Now ask me the same thing about Xbox. I can sell you on a bunch. My job ain't to sell you nothing, but I can give you a bunch of reasons that's gonna be valid. You know, on everything, man. Because they got to understand, Xbox isn't competing with PlayStation, man. They're competing with Google. You know, Amazon. They're competing with everybody, man. It's more like a PC now.
Yep, Xbox is definitely a bigger ecosystem, and a lot of people are still kind of closed-minded to understanding that. Just the technology of the cloud gaming, the possibilities that they're going to be able to do with that technology, is amazing. And I say this all the time. I am grateful to be a gamer right now, because the things that we're going to experience are going to be mind-blowing.
Right.
If it's just take, for instance, if they do all of the AI, like for a single player MMO open world type game, if they do all of the AI computing in the cloud and then send that to your Xbox and in like a real living online space, like you've seen Player One, right? That movie, dude, they could possibly create that by doing all of the AI in the clouds and then bringing that to your console as needed. And keeping like an online world like actively online like all the time. You know what I mean? like the AI gets up and has like a real routine and they think for themselves and shit. Dude, the possibilities of cloud gaming are above and beyond what we can even get on our consoles natively right now. So after seeing Microsoft Flight Simulator do that, yeah, dude, I'm completely sold on cloud gaming.
It's funny that you said that, bro, because I was about to say when you said a Ready Player One thing, I was about to say just like with Flight Simulator. And here's the thing: while dudes like Thrash are busy, trying to fight this fictitious war that doesn't exist to grown ass men, bro.
Yeah, exactly.
While you playing, if you take Oculus and fuse it with Kinect, people ain't like Kinect. It was a cool ass gimmick. It was.
I thought I actually did have a Kinect in the 360 days. I thought it was pretty cool.
Right. We liked it, but the general media gonna try to hate on like everything Xbox.
I think
like
that's
hating,
if you think about it, that's what ruined the beginning of last gen for Microsoft.
Yeah,
they had so much money and so much developer resources invested in Kinect that it was hard for them to rebound and start making games for the Xbox One. And now that they've bought all these developers, dude, they're not going to have that problem again.
Right, man. All they really need to do, man, to make Ready Player One. No, go ahead.
Oh yeah, but this is going to be that generation to where Xbox really brings back. This is the true successor to 360, if you ask me.
Right. And I believe though, man. Speaking of that Ready Player One game, Kinect was dope. It was just ahead of its time. I think the hardware was a little too slow. They could bring Kinect out now, and it'll do way better. But I think if you combine Kinect with Oculus or even a PSVR, you need both of those. You need that headspace to be able to see, and you need those Kinect movements, and that's real VR to me. If they can combine those two.
Yeah, I think it would be great. I think that their AR solution is going to be pretty good too. I think they will be bringing something back out. I would like them to see them bring Kinect back out because some of the games that they made for Kinect was pretty fun, dude. Like, it was fun to play stuff like Dance Dance, or what was it, like Just Dance with the Kinect, or having what was that one, that Connectimals or whatever, where you could like pet the animals.
Oh yeah, I remember that, man.
My kids freaking love that game, dude. It was so cool.
Man, I had this what was it called? It's like a workout game. Like you can do push-ups and they'll start stacking like elephants on your back, school buses, buildings.
Yeah.
My kids used to love that thing, man. Let them jump on the bed with the it was like a playroom type of thing. So it put like the little Chuck E. Cheese balls on the bed. You can let them jump on the bed. They used to go crazy with that thing.
Oh,
like,
they did have something like that with PlayStation 4 where you could go into like the little Astrobot room or whatever and take around the little things in the controller and stuff. I mean, I don't know. Like, I like the fact that PlayStation has VR and that they're going to continue to invest in that. So, I mean, like, this is the best damn generation ever to be a gamer, dude. And I recommend to people all the time, you should just have both. You should have a Nintendo Switch too. You should have everything. You should just play games to play games.
Right, man. Like all this fake war shit, man, it's pathetic, bro. Like I tell dudes all the time, like I had a guy right on one of my videos. I do videos from time to time, man. Nothing too serious, but I'm gonna try to be more consistent. But a guy asked me,
is that your YouTube thing, Beast of Truth?
Yeah, Beast of Truth, man. It's the Twitter and everything, man. That's just my, the moniker I go by. But the guy asked me, he was like, bro, let me ask you a question. Like, I guess because he's seen some of my PlayStation videos, and he mentioned the PlayStation and Xbox. He was like, do you hate PlayStation or something like that? And I told him, like, nah, man, anytime I bring up PlayStation, I make it my goal to let you know multiple times in that video that I don't hate PlayStation. I detest PlayStation fanboys because the fanboys is what makes it toxic.
The fanboys make it freaking so toxic, dude, because PlayStation has always been, to me, my idea of PlayStation was always that single player, first party single player experience. Whereas, thanks, Darkest Hero, I appreciate that, man. It's always been that first player single player experience for me. And I never really thought about multiplayer, and I'm pretty sure there's a lot of PlayStation fans out there that feel the same way. And if they would get an Xbox, then they would understand that that's where, dude, I spend more time on my Xbox first party exclusives than I do on my PlayStation games, man. and that's
but what can you do?
They're just as quality. They're just as quality as the PlayStation ones, man. PlayStation ones, they look really good, but all the PlayStation 4 games and the PlayStation 4 Pro games, they looked amazing on the PlayStation 4 Pro, right?
Right.
But everything else that came out on the PlayStation 4 Pro was 1080p.
Right.
It was 1080p, man. All the third-party developers were 1080p. Only a few select third-party developers were able to almost match the quality of the PlayStation. Well, does that really matter if PlayStation? In my opinion, that just fragments the whole ecosystem. The whole experience is so fragmented on PlayStation because of that. That when you go to Xbox, dude, it's way more consistent. It was way more consistent on the Xbox Series or the Xbox One X than it ever was on the PlayStation.
Right.
My idea of PlayStation is a lie. Hold on. Not the same company as the one I used to be a fan of. Yeah, exactly. It's definitely changed, and I don't know if it's changed for the good or bad. I do know that this is the most powerful PlayStation that they've ever made, to where third-party developers will actually be able to do some pretty impressive things visually wise. But yeah, the PlayStation 4 Pro was kind of a slap in the face, man. They sold me 4K and I got Fuzz K. You know what I mean?
Right. And you know what's crazy? They can't even they can never gloat about power because the PlayStation fanboys, not sincere fans. I love them; those are brothers and sisters. But the fanboys are the ones that was like, well, Microsoft have the more powerful console, but PlayStation can make a game look good with a less powerful machine. So, bro, don't even talk power because it's never been about power, except when the PS4 first came out, man. It was so much hypocrisy, bro.
Yeah, that was the first time that PlayStation's ever really came out with more power. The Xbox 360 was technically more graphically powerful than the PlayStation 3 was.
Yeah.
Don't worry much. We're not bringing back Kinect.
Yeah, it was a lot of hypocrisy, man. They went from power to once they lost the power, it was games, and then they were talking about instead of 4K, I'd rather have 1080p 60. Now they give you 4K 60. That's still not enough. 4K
Dude,
120.
a lot of that has to do with Digital Foundry too, man. Like Digital Foundry started these damn console wars with their shit, and then now they're like, oh, we're not going to talk about resolution no more. We're just going to talk about blah blah blah. And it's like who cares if Hitman plays it 5 frames better at 1800p than it does at 4K? And me personally, I prefer the higher resolution most of the time. I do. That's me. I prefer the resolution. That's why I bought a 4K TV, because I want a higher resolution image.
Right, man. It seems like the sweet spot now is going to be 4K 60 for a lot of games, and for those that can do it, like Halo, Gears, 4K 120. Speaking of that, man,
I'm perfectly okay with the fidelity being a little bit lower to hit that 4K.
Right.
Then, because I mean, if you look at, just take Demon Souls for instance, Demon Souls looks amazing in 4K, but it's at 30 frames a second. Or you can choose 60 frames a second, but the image quality is greatly reduced. So now you're stuck in a situation where you want to see a beautiful game, but you want to play that game at 60 frames a second. They should have made that game 1800p at 60 frames a second, and did whatever they could to make that a reality, or checkerboard it to 4K or whatever they have to do on their PlayStation 5 to get that image quality up there, because now it's a fractured experience. Now it is, one or the other. You either take your low resolution and you don't get your cake and your icing too. You know what I mean? And that's
right.
But when on Xbox, I never feel like that's ever going to be a problem, because I'm always going to get the best image quality I can get at 60 frames a second.
Right.
I mean, like, we'll see when Forza Horizon launches just how much of a visual downgrade it will be for the 4K 60 version, as opposed to the 4K 30. But I don't necessarily think it's going to be too much of a problem, because Xbox usually tries to keep their stuff in check. And you never know, Forza Horizon might actually be the first one to use all of that Xbox tech that we haven't even seen yet. You know what I mean? We haven't even seen the shit.
Right. And it's funny, man. It's funny that you mentioned 4K and 60, because some of us, I guess many of us who look more into things, notice there's a dev mode on your Series X and your Series S, right? You can play everything that if Thrash is a real PlayStation gamer, bro, you can't turn your back on your humble beginnings. We can play everything from PS2, Dreamcast, and lower on dev mode. right? And if it was legal, we can play PS4 and 5 games, guaranteed. But you know, they can't really do that right now. So how can you kind of knock Xbox if they not only allow you to, like you mentioned Shadow Warrior, right? Earlier. Shadow Warrior 2. That game is 1080p 60 on the Series X due to FPS boost. It's still 30 frames per second on a PlayStation. Man, if you don't see the value in that as a PlayStation fan, you're not a gamer, bro.
Yeah.
Like that's a whole different game to me. Like I love Shadow Warrior.
It looks a lot.
Frames, crazy.
Let me answer Patrick real quick. Patrick, yeah, Demon Souls does look good at the 60 frames a second, but you can definitely tell that it's a lot softer. It definitely looks a lot softer. It doesn't look as crisp, and there is a lot less detail in the distance. If you look at it. But go ahead, Beast.
Oh no, you good? Now I seen the guy LOL 247 said you guys sound like Xbox fans. I'm an Xbox fan, man. I'm a gamer. I'm gonna tell you like this. Let me put it as pure as I can. I'm a gamer. I'm a neutral gamer, but I prefer Xbox because it's a superior product with a superior value, brother. Like I feel like when it comes to Xbox fans, they try to pigeonhole you. You gotta like bow down and be like, yo, PlayStation's better, but I'm a have this backup Xbox. Nah, bro, Xbox is just better than me, man. Like you can play what you want to play. I play what I want to play. We can keep it moving, bro.
Xbox, LOL. Xbox has given me more of a like I've been saying, with the PlayStation, it's been kind of a fractured experience. With PlayStation 4 Pro was where it really started showing the cracks. Was the PlayStation games, the PlayStation first party would look amazing, but then third party games didn't hold up as much. They were like 1080p, or there was always just something, they just didn't hold up. So the experience always felt a lot more fractured. But I do appreciate my Xbox more this generation because I've gotten because I have been buying a lot more of my third party games on the Xbox. So it has definitely became something that I game on a lot more on my Xbox than my PlayStation. But yeah, either way, I'm a graphics whore, LOL. That's what I love. I love
graphics. Hey, he said graphics on everything. I agree with you, man, but we all have our preferences, brother. So what they have to, if graphics aren't everything, then I don't ever want to hear another PlayStation fan talk about how good God of War looks on a weaker machine.
Yeah, exactly.
We can't be hypocrites now.
Yeah, exactly.
That's my thing. Don't be a hypocrite, brother.
That is true. It really does think, because that's the main argument from mainly PlayStation fanboys is, hey man, our games look amazing, and it's like, well, but I thought graphics weren't everything, because like Xbox games look pretty damn good, but a game on a 2080 Ti, see, that's a pretty decent machine, and you get DLSS, so you can have like really beautiful graphics, right? LOL. And that's me, man. I'm cheap, and I don't want to. I'm gonna buy a PC for my channel, but the only thing I'm really going to play on it game wise is probably going to be my racing sim game on my phone.
Right, man. Hey, I'm gonna say it to y'all again. I do not hate PlayStation or PlayStation fans. The fanboys I detest, brother. I can't see. I'm not like
fanboys.
What's my man the KingThrash dude? He seems to hate Xbox fans. I do not hate PlayStation fans, man. Like I want to play. You play what you want to play, man. It's that simple, bro.
People hearing graphics frog will ask you, well, why do you play on a console? Yeah, exactly. Because console has always just been more of more of an optimized experience for me, man. Like I'm not exactly PC illiterate. I don't know enough about it to where I can just go jump out and buy whatever I want. And that to me kind of irritates me that I can't just go figure out what the hell I want and put it together and make it work. There's a lot of research and a lot of shit that I'd have to do to get to where I need to be that way. Is when I can just buy an Xbox, plug it in, and play whatever the hell I want, or a PlayStation and play whatever I want. So
oh yeah, I can see that. He said he don't hate Xbox fans. He like to intimidate people who are uncomfortable in debates. Bro, that's some bully mentality stuff. I ain't never grew up responding well to that. So that's why I wanted to hop in and say something to my man. Like, you can't over talk people to get your point across, bro. I'm gonna let you say whatever you want to say, then let me know when it's my turn. I mean, it's gonna work out the same way either way. So that running around bully mentality, over talking people shit, hey, ain't never gonna bother me as man, dog. So it is what it is.
I mean, I used to watch Thrash a lot when I was still like a major PlayStation fan. But I mean, like I didn't watch him enough to where I was like, oh my gosh, you know, like this shit's like really getting to me. But I don't know. Like I just seems a lot more controversial nowadays. I don't understand why the hell we want to fight about our damn consoles, man. I love all of my consoles. I buy my PlayStation games, I consume them, and I move on. My Xbox games, I tend to play them more. I tend to play them more after beating them. So I don't know. It's just been a pretty decent value for me. Like Rise Son of Rome still looks amazing, and on my OLED, I can turn on all my upscalers and everything, and the freaking thing looks 4K, man. It looks so damn good. It's auto HDR. It looks great.
I would love to see them remaster that game or whatever in 4K ray tracing. Man, that game will look the best thing out because it still holds up to some current gen games today.
Oh yeah, man, that Crytek engine is freaking amazing, dude. And just the fact that Xbox owns id Tech. Let that sink in, man. Xbox owns id Tech.
That is great.
id Tech, dude. You got Doom Eternal, man, freaking blowing the doors off shit with ray tracing and oh, dude, you know what? That's insane to me. Like that game looks so damn good now on the Series X. It's not even funny. Frog, you're not allowed to say you only played for 3 hours on Ghost of Tsushima. That makes it look bad. You're not allowed to play games you want. Yeah, I know, for real, man. I like that Ghost of Tsushima upgrade, but damn, dude, that story content for 3 hours, I was like, man, dude, I felt a little like, ooh, really? That was it? Like it shocked me. I was shocked. You know, I had just come off of playing Assassin's Creed DLC that took me like 10 hours. So I was shocked, man. I was really shocked that it was only 3 hours for the story stuff. And that's normally what I do when I get on those. I go through the story stuff and then I go back and do side stuff. You know what I mean?
Right.
So 3 hours, but yeah, dude, it was one hell of a freaking like it is like the quality of that DLC was amazing.
Right. And that's the thing, man. And here's another thing. When people ask me, like, you know, do you hate PlayStation, whatever? Nah, man, I make that perfectly clear. I don't even want to say you're a traditional Xbox fan because I haven't met a sincere Xbox fan that hates PlayStation. We just keep it real. When PlayStation dudes want to cap all the time. So
I mean, like I'll tell you what, dude. Honestly, the Xbox, because I have PlayStation and Xbox, and most of my PlayStation community is pretty good. Except for Jeff. Every now and then Jeff will go on his little PlayStation rants or whatever, but we've all come to accept that. But for the most part, like the Xbox guys seem more open and more far more they're a lot more. I mean, there are some that are freaking nuts, dude. I mean, like Crap Gamer.
Nah, that dude don't give him back to us. Nah.
for the most part, you know, like dude, Xbox guys have seemed pretty open, seem pretty cool. PlayStation guys, it just depends. If you got them one-on-one, they're not so bad. But if they're in a group and they're like, I don't understand why they're always trying to like prove that the PlayStation is better. It doesn't make any sense to me, man.
This pack mentality, bully pack mentality. That's all it is. And I even give them their flowers.
The Last of Us 2 was good. LOL. I really appreciated that game. I did like it. I found the story interesting. Wasn't my favorite by any means, but it was damn good, and I did play through all of it.
Right, man. And I even give PlayStation guys their flowers consistently. Something you never see the worst of them do for Xbox. I constantly say that PlayStation does indeed have the best selection of third-person story-driven single players. Yeah, but that is all they have. That is their claim to fame. Yep. There was more to gaming than that, man. Yeah. There's way more to gaming than that. So
I mean, if you wouldn't believe it, but there's a lot of single player kind of gamers out there, man. There's a lot of them,
right?
And that's why the PlayStation is so big. PlayStation is so big because all of us Super Nintendo fans went straight to PlayStation. All of us went to PlayStation. A lot of us went to PlayStation. You know, we went from our Super Nintendos straight to our PlayStation.
Well, yeah, I did see what we
played. You know what I mean? Like that was basically what we played. And then when the Xbox came along with multiplayer, that shit was new. And a lot of people went that way. A lot of the younger generation, but a lot of the older guys like me, we got stuck with our PlayStations. You know what I mean? Because we'd already been doing, you know, like 10 years of gaming single player experiences.
Right.
So we stuck with what our habits and went, further in, with PlayStation, and PlayStation catered to that, and they still cater to that. So that's the biggest reason I still appreciate and will buy a PlayStation is for those experiences, because they still continue to deliver that experience for me. Dark Hero thing with trash must have gotten heated. I wasn't here to see it. Probably about an hour into the show. He was on here for about a half hour. It was about a half hour, Darkest Hero. So I definitely updated the thing to put guest appearances on there. I'm gonna have to put you on there too now. It's straggly.
Right. And you know what's funny with what you said? There's nothing wrong with that, man. Like, I like a good single player game when I'm in the mood, but the reality of it is, man, the world evolves. Like back then in those times, we didn't have mobile gaming, we didn't have MMOs like that, we didn't have all these things. So
we had the arcade, bro, and we had our Nintendos.
Right. PlayStation caters. It's not that. Well, I see what you're saying. They do cater to them, but I think it's also a combination of PlayStation keeps a traditional formula. That's what it is.
I do think that I think they're going to surprise us this generation, though. I do. Yeah. I think they're going to really invest more in multiplayer, and that's going to be different for them. But I would like to see them do it.
Right. Right. And yeah, man. I mean, there's nothing wrong with single players, but we can't be like they got the best games in the world when that's only one type. That's all I be saying to them. Like, bro, if we're gonna say they got the best one player games, just say that. But don't say they got the best games, bro, because when you beat your God of War, and
I'm not gonna play it again. You know what I mean?
You're gonna beat it for so
long. It was so long of an experience. Well, I did play through God of War twice, but if you look at it, the experience is so long that sometimes I'm usually good with a one and done experience from PlayStation. Right. I'm usually good with that. Like those games are usually good enough for me to play through them once and be okay.
Right.
Yeah, Darkest Hero. If you want me to drop a link, I'll let you in. I don't mind anybody coming in. I'm going to start doing that actually during my chats. I'm going to start letting people, if they want to come in, I'm going to let them come in and talk because this is pretty fun. Maybe we'll get Jeff in here, man. Maybe he can explain to us why his PlayStation is the bestest ever and why the controller is so great.
Hey, I'm going to ask him the same question I ask anybody. If I did not grow up playing single players, sell me on a PlayStation. That's all you got to do for me.
Exactly. I mean, for me, like coming up from my age, it was really easy. God of War was a decent bit of side shit. Yeah, I definitely thought those were pretty good.
Right? Yeah, they great games, and that's what people get mistaken with me. I don't say they're bad games. I'm just saying all you have is single players. That's not me saying nothing bad. I'm just keeping it real.
Like, it's exactly that's 100% real. You know, I mean, PlayStation really does have a lot more single player, but now they got like a Call of Duty base. Welcome to the show, Darkest Hero. Now they got.
Hey, what's going on, gentlemen?
What's going on?
The show.
What's up, Frog? Finally good to talk to you, man.
Yeah. I think I like this.
You know me, long time no listener, man. Now I finally get to chop it up with you.
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of like doing this. I kind of like bringing people on, man. I was surprised KingThrash even came to my channel, dude.
I'm telling you, man, you're growing, man. It's all a positive energy. Even if some people come on here and they're starting to be negative, like your positive energy literally is what will literally keep them coming back for more. That's what really got me into tuning in every day. You know, when you go live, it's like a highlight of my day because there's not a lot of this positivity in this gaming community. And it's a really breath of fresh air to see somebody actually not participating in this thing we call the console wars.
Nice. Yeah. And Doc coming out too, man. That was freaking amazing. I really appreciate all the love I've been getting, on this channel. It's really helped me continue to do it too. Some days I'm just like, oh my gosh, man, I'll look at my thing and I'm like, dude, really? And I'm trying to figure out something. I do like going live a whole lot more than I do like making videos now, that's for sure, but I still got to make them videos. It's just
no doubt.
Yeah.
My man said a mouthful. He said it's a breath of fresh air to have somebody out here being positive, right? And that's all I try to do. See, if anybody see me say something about PlayStation, I'm on defense. Shit, they've been bullying Xbox this whole time. I'm just gonna give you the real. Like I said, if I say they got great one-player games, what did I say that was wrong? See? But we do need more of that, man. We need more people that get together like this, like my man in the chat, Eli, the realest one. We did a a stream with a guy named Cowboy and a couple other fellas, and we did the same thing we're doing here, man, because we need that intelligent adult like discourse in the gaming community. It's kind of like narratives have been spent and ran, and a lot of dudes don't do nothing but clickbait, because that's how they do their business model. They clickbait,
exactly.
with smack talking. That's corny, bro. Like if that's what you do, just say that, but don't try to make yourself seem legit. But you're nothing but you're selling snake oil. It's whack.
Yeah. I mean, like,
hey man, you know how it goes.
I'll be the first to admit tonight's thing, the PS5 heatsink thing is kind of clickbaity. I mean, it is, but
yeah,
I mean, seriously, like talking about it, PlayStation fans need to know this. People that are prospective buyers that are going to buy a PlayStation, they do need to know this and kind of understand. And that's basically what this tonight's talk was about, was to kind of understand, like what exactly is going on with this. Is it going to like affect the PlayStation long term, or is it better engineering on PlayStation's part? Like nobody knows, and like that's the thing, is there's like so much confusion about it. Like you've seen everything today about it. So I mean it is kind of clickbaity, but at the same time, I do care about PlayStation, so it does kind of matter to me. So I thought I would talk about it.
It's scary, man, to be honest, because like people say that it might be over-engineered, the launch consoles at this point, but at the same time, it's like we haven't even really put the SSDs in the console yet, and we know those get hot, which is why Sony says they need a heatsink, or a heatsink is highly recommended. So if it has a large
they're telling us we need a heatsink, but then they're taking half of their heatsink out of the PlayStation. Yeah, I mean,
exactly.
I completely get it. You know what I mean?
Who knows how beneficial that large heatsink in the launch models could be to that, and then to reduce that and then come out with a statement saying, "Oh yeah, we're making profit now." Of course, you're making profit when you're taking things out of the hardware.
Yeah.
Right. Hey, if that's one thing Sony is good at doing, is making their fans spend money. Boy.
Yeah. Oh man, yeah, dude. Like this camera right here for this PlayStation 5. My camera on my VR like malfunctioned. My cat like chewed through the cord or whatever, so I had to get rid of that. So I was like, I'll just buy the new PS5 one. Doesn't even work for it, man. I'm so mad. And now everybody's like scalping the crap out of those older cameras. You can't even find them for like less than $150, man. So I'm just like, damn, so irritating.
Dang.
Yeah, dude, they can't even keep making them. I mean, I get the whole fact that they're making a new VR, and I'm probably just gonna wait until I buy that. But yeah, dude, it just kind of sucks that I can't get anything that I need for my PlayStation because everybody's out there scalping shit now.
Oh man, God, yes.
Yeah, I got my boxes off GameStop. I was blessed enough to get through on the phone's basic internet, the Samsung internet or whatever. And I got a bundle for myself, and I got one for my bro, probably a couple of weeks later or so. So it was $800 bundle though. But I mean, it came with some stuff that I was gonna use anyway. So, hey.
Yeah.
Controller.
That was on the PlayStation or the Xbox?
Oh, the Xbox. The Series X's. They came with the controller, the Game Pass, a couple other things.
Yeah, I got my Xbox direct from Xbox.
Oh, that's dope.
I got mine delivered the day it launched.
That's dope.
And then my PlayStation, I was given one of those dude, I spend so much money on digital games that they were like, yeah, that guy's a sure thing, man. Make sure he gets an email invite, dude. Oh gosh. So PlayStation gave me an email invite too. And I actually did not buy the PlayStation right then at launch because I bought the Xbox first, and I was like, man, I'm just gonna wait. There was Demon Souls and Miles Morales, so I was like, I'm just gonna wait. And then I ended up buying my PS5 in March. You got yours the day before launch? Man, that's nice. That would have been
sure. I know you're happy you didn't wait this long, because then you would have got the inferior version.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know if it's gonna be inferior or if it's gonna be yeah, dude, that is kind of scary, man. I do kind of feel, for the people that are going to buy a PlayStation 5 now with this new model. It is the CH11004 model, I believe, that is going to have the new upgraded, the updated heat sinks in those. November 16th or something. I got it. Nice.
And that's the crazy part about it, because for me personally, as a consumer, the heavier a product is, the more value I can put into it. But the lighter it is, it's like, okay, is this really like, is this gonna be flimsy? Is it gonna break easy? Or,
Yeah,
it's kind of scary, man.
Like when PlayStation took our rumbles out of the PlayStation 3 controllers and told us, "Oh, they're so light," and I was like, "Yeah,
That's last gen technology. We don't need Rumble.
no, they took our rumbles out of the PlayStation 3 controller. Remember?
They were like, tilt motion is the future, baby.
They sell us these. They sell us these PlayStation 3s for $700, and they ain't even got the damn rumbles in the controller, man. Oh boy,
yeah, that was crazy. The PS3 was crazy high.
That's damn, insane. That shit was. I bought one of those, man, day one. That shit was so expensive. You got what was it, like a 40 or 60? No, it was like 60 gigabyte hard drive in that, bro. 60 gigs, and then you could play, but you could play the PlayStation 2 games, so that was pretty cool. But I mean, holy shit, dude, $600 for that damn console, man. I was so broke then, I couldn't even buy a game, dude. I had to play a PlayStation 2 game for like 3 months until I could get more money. That really
$600-700 for a console, bro. That's a rip. Even by today's standards, that is insane.
Yeah. I was like, man, crazy.
I'm with my Xbox and my 2 memory cards, I am dude, $960 in those, and then my PlayStation 5 with the console and the SSD, I'm like $700 into that. So yeah, dude, we're already so far into it.
Right, but at least today, will either one of those, man, you're definitely getting your money's worth, man. You're definitely getting your money's worth. Like it's a different beast today.
The power of these consoles is so much better than it's ever been. Like we definitely, not only do we got just straight hardware like grunt power, but these consoles both have features in them that are going to be able to drag these experiences out a lot more. Like we're gonna, like right now, both developers are basically just making our games on just the raw power of these machines without even using the feature sets that are packed into these, man. Like some of the shit's gonna be great, and we're gonna get what is that? $600 is $951 today. Yeah, that's a lot of money. That is a lot.
Let me ask you, gentlemen, did you see the photo of the guy who claimed that his Xbox Series X blew up and
I seen something about that.
Died?
No.
I've seen somebody mention that.
Yeah, I was looking at it. I was because Frog, what happened was because this whole heatsink situation and people were saying, oh, the new version was hotter. People went on Reddit and basically not Photoshop, but they like destroyed the Series X, right? And then claimed that it exploded in their entertainment center to basically say that the Xbox. And people were debunking it. They were like, "There's nothing in the console that literally will make it explode like that and put you at risk."
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the design of the Xbox Series X, the boards are sandwiched in between, in the middle of the console with the heatsink on the one side and air's being blown up through both sides of that. That is a really good design. Like it definitely cools that console pretty good. When I pull out, because you can hot swap these SSDs, when to pull them out, like that's not even that hot on the SSD. The SSD is not even that hot when you pull it out. Like you can hold it in between your fingers and it feels warm, but it's not like it doesn't burn you hot. So it's not getting too damn hot.
Yeah, it's just fear mongering.
Yeah.
I mean, you know what it is. Like always, it's a get back. As soon as something negative comes out about a PlayStation and you ain't worshiping it, they gotta do something to throw some salt on the Xbox. That's all it is, man.
Dude, they're like, but what about Xbox?
Just the PR surrounding this new PlayStation heatsink thing is, I don't know, man. Like, I don't know if I would have done. I probably would have done the same thing Austin did, but pull it apart and look at it. But oh man, dude, just the PR from that teardown is not. I mean, I've seen a lot of stuff today about this. That's why I got back on there and was like, yeah, let's talk about this. You know, let's work through this and see what's really going on. But wow, yeah, this has been.
Yeah, man. If it was Xbox that pulled parts out or reduced the size of certain things that helped the console function a little better, even if it was a small margin,
we would
Like,
never hear the
I'm
end of it.
pretty sure we wouldn't hear the end of it. I'm pretty sure the Sony guys would be like, you know, they would have something to say.
And you know what's crazy about that? Instead of these dudes going at Sony, they get mad at Xbox. The fuck Xbox do to y'all?
Yeah,
talk to Sony.
About what does that mean, realist? Let's talk about the heat off of PlayStation. Talk about how Game Pass is hurting developers and isn't profitable. I don't know. I don't think Game Pass is necessarily hurting developers unless they work for Square Enix, bro.
Oh, you know, I think what he's saying is
if they work for Square Enix, dude, then yeah, they're oh yeah, if Xbox pulled that shit, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think he was saying if they said that he was giving a pair that how they switch things up quick. That's what it was.
Yeah. Oh, that was sarcasm. I thought he was like hounding me for that. I'm like I don't necessarily think it's Game Pass. I mean, unless the game is from Square Enix, dude, then Square Enix is not paying them, because I bought my copy of the freaking of what the hell was that, Outriders. I bought my copy, so I don't know.
Yeah, we're totally not blaming the fact that the game launched with a bunch of problems that people weren't able to continue their characters. You know, that the game is lacking content.
Like deleting all their shit. I was so lucky that I did not have or experience one freaking problem with that game, dude. I was able to play through the whole thing and not have any problems. Yeah, exactly. Game. They made it. They took out parts and they didn't make it smaller or cheaper. Yeah, exactly. And dude, I always just kind of thought that the PlayStation 5 was a little bit overpriced when it launched. They should have done it at $400 and the other one at $300. And I still feel like they should sell it that. I do feel like the Xbox Series X is worth $500.
That's the crazy thing to me, though, is just the fact that people are literally blaming Game Pass for Outriders' failures when it's a multi-platform game on multiple consoles, but Game Pass on one platform is the culprit, right?
Yeah.
How does that make sense?
It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make any sense at all, man. I don't want to see anyone go under, though. Yeah, exactly. I feel the same way, man. PlayStation, like the better the competition, the better we're gonna have this generation, man. It's gonna be fine. I think this new PlayStation model is gonna be fine. It doesn't matter. I mean, they're just gonna tone down the games and they're gonna put out a PS5 Pro and everything will go away. Like nobody.
Yeah, we already got PS5 Slim, apparently, according to Austin Evans.
Yeah, because we're gonna get the PS5 Pro, and then this one here is gonna be their 1440p machine. Watch 1440p 60. It's lighter now. They can charge more. Yeah, exactly. They're like, oh, really? Do you want the true PlayStation Pro experience? You're gonna have to pay another $700 for this one, right?
Yeah, why is nobody questioning that? Like, you made the console lighter, so why is it the same price as the other launch console if it has less materials in it? That's less build cost.
Exactly. They should probably lower the price of this thing already. I don't think they're going to, though. They might if they put out a PS5 Pro in the next couple of years. That might be the case too, man. They might just be like limiting, what they can do on this PlayStation 5 model, and they will turn it into a 1440p machine or something. You know what I mean? I could see them doing that.
Oh, it's pretty much already a 1440p machine. Well, it's not 1440p, but a lot of things that people don't understand as to why the Xbox gets outperformed frame rate wise is because the Xbox Series X is outputting resolutions at a higher 4K output than the PS5 versions.
Yep.
So of course,
consistently too.
Exactly. So if it's pushing out more pixels, of course, it's going to put more of a strain on the frame rate. It's pushing out more powerful pixels.
What I'm curious about, though, is games like I know there's obviously a graphical difference between the 60 frames per second version of Watch Dogs Legion on both consoles. The Xbox version does look a lot higher fidelity. It just does. If you look at like Assassin's Creed Valhalla on the Xbox and the PlayStation 5, because I own it on both of them, and you go to Norvik or something like one of the big cities, it always looks like there's more freaking NPCs on the Xbox version than it does on the PlayStation 5 version. So I don't know. Yeah, dude.
Careful, don't let the Sony guys say you say that out loud, man.
Hey, you seen did you see the Cyberpunk thing? because that's exactly the case right now.
There's a lot more. There's a lot more people. Yeah, there's a lot more pedestrians and NPCs on the Cyberpunk game, and I played that on the Series X right when it came out. And dude, my experience was pretty decent through that game. Unless I started going off exploring the world or doing side content, that's the only time shit started falling apart.
Right.
It definitely started falling apart. But for the most part, if I just stuck to the main story campaigns, it was fine. Surprised Sony didn't put a small brick inside to keep it the same weight. Yeah, I know. That'd have been funny.
Man, you know what I find crazy? When they do get these, I guess, small instances when a PlayStation maybe having a couple of more frames, but way worse resolution. They never want to talk about how many 4K 120 exclusives PlayStation have over Xbox. Because they don't.
There's not many.
Right. It's a lot of goalposts moving.
And they've missed a lot of opportunity too. They've missed a lot of opportunity with being able to do like 60 FPS or 120 frames. What was that one that just came out? Damn it. Was it oh yeah, dude, they probably should have tried to do that with like Sackboy or something, Like even if it's 1080p at 120 frames a second, that probably would have been all right,
Right.
I mean, you got Psychonauts 2 that runs 1440p at 120 frames a second on Xbox, and it's pretty stable.
Right.
And you've got 4K 60, and that shit looks so good on the Series X. I was like, wow, man, this doesn't look bad. I heard somebody talking about it, like the beginning of it looking kind of rough, and I was like, dude, this doesn't look that bad, man. If I had to put Ratchet and Clank and Psychonauts 2 side by side, I would say they're about the same. I would say they're about the same, not visually wise, but I would say they're at least the same in quality wise, for sure.
Right.
Because they're
different games.
There's places in Psychonauts 2 that looks like it is using ray tracing. Like some of those, like when you get into some of the end levels where there's like reflections on the ground and stuff, it almost looked like there was ray tracing in it. I don't know. I haven't watched any analysis videos on it, so I don't know if it has ray tracing or not. So, but it looked kind of convincing. I don't know.
Yeah, I stopped watching that stuff. It's just a waste of time, and it just is like it doesn't even matter because sometimes they'll say, "Oh, this game runs better on the PS5," and I'm playing it on the Xbox. I'm like, I'm not really feeling much of a difference.
They were saying all that about Assassin's Creed when I first bought it, and I was like, "What the fuck, dude? This game looks like it's running just fine, man."
Right.
I mean, yeah, there's some screen tearing, but I mean that's kind of like with every Assassin's Creed, man, from the beginning of time. I was like, oh gosh, and then they're like, oh well, the PlayStation's running better, but then you still see the screen tearing on the PlayStation 5, and you're like, well, how do you like how? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I've been trying to stop watching that analysis stuff. The only one I really watch now is El Analista de Beats. He's the only one that doesn't like fill in a whole bunch of extra, doesn't give you any like, oh yeah, well this is a. He doesn't give you his opinion on it, and that's kind of cool because I mean some people like that opinion, but I kind of just want, just straight up facts.
Yeah, trust me, you'll feel way better if you start watching that stuff.
Yeah. I usually just buy my games now. I don't really even, I mean, I do kind of care about it, but I don't care about it.
Hey, like what I said earlier with Dynasty Warriors, bro, that game ain't never going to get nobody praise, but I ain't never going to stop loving it.
Did you try, gosh, there was one that just came out like that I just bought.
Samurai Warriors
5. Yeah.
I
bought that and I played it for like an hour and a half, and then I asked the Xbox for a refund and they gave it to me.
Right. See, I play, and that's why I ain't get it, man, because to me, as a guy that grew up playing all of those, the Samurai Warriors is like it's a reboot. You know what I'm saying? It's essentially a reboot because Nobunaga's younger and they still got the same map layout. They didn't do. I mean, the fighting is better, but the overall system is still too congested. It's just too. I don't know, man.
It looked really, really good in 4K.
Right.
I was like, wow, this game looks great. But I mean, the last one I bought was, what was it? Pirate Warrior, the Luffy one.
Yeah, One Piece.
Yeah, One Piece, the One Piece pirate one, and that shit was only 1080p. I was so disappointed on that.
Right.
Man. But then the Samurai one, I bought that and I was like, oh gosh, I don't know, I can't do this. I can't do it, man.
Yeah, man.
PlayStation. Oh yeah, you can't do that on PlayStation. This one, they do not allow you to get a refund. You can only do that on Xbox.
Shit, I got one better for you, man. I was messing around because I had just got a Switch, so I was playing my Switch, me and the kids, Smash Brothers, all that.
Yeah,
And you know the Switch A and B is reversed. Like A is back, I believe, and B is forward or something. Man, so I was on I think I was talking to my brother or something, and I was on my Xbox. I switched over. So I was looking at Assassin's Creed Origins, the $109 version or whatever, Ultimate or something. I thought I was backing out. Next thing I look up, it said purchase successful. You bought the Ultimate Edition of Assassin's Creed for $100 and something. I'm like, nah, buddy. So I went up there. I contacted Xbox, had my money back in like 10 minutes.
Yep.
Yo, so Xbox are real for that.
Xbox is really fast.
Right.
I bought on PlayStation, dude. Like, you know that new Crash Bandicoot game, the Crash Bandicoot 4 or whatever.
Yeah.
When you go into the PlayStation 5 and if you click on it, it'll add it to your cart. And I wasn't reading it for some reason, and I thought I was just like looking at the game. And so when I backed out of it, it had added it to my cart, and then I bought another game, and I bought both of them, dude. I was like, oh my god,
wow,
that shit sucks so bad. And yeah, so now I'm stuck with that game, and I did start playing it the other day. I will end up going through and playing it, but damn, that game is hard.
Yeah, I noticed that about the refund policy, because if you were to pre-order a game right now, like let's say you go and pre-order Forza Horizon 5, right? Xbox will not immediately charge you. They'll charge you when it's closer to release.
Yeah, it's like 10 days. 10 days for Xbox. They just barely charged me for my WRC 10 just now, actually. So
see, and on PlayStation, if you were to do that, they would charge your card immediately.
Yep, immediately. So yeah.
That's why when my man was talking about Xbox being anti-consumer, I'm like, man, what are you talking about, bro?
Exactly, dude. They're like really good to you. Like Xbox has been really good, and I know it's because they're trying to rebuild that goodwill, because 360 was extremely profitable for them. Xbox One not so much, and they have to rebrand themselves, and so they have to be more consumer friendly. Microsoft Xbox Game Pass. I mean, KingThrash did have a good point about them not putting everything on there, so you really can't pick exactly what you want to play. But the stuff that they do add to it brings enough value, because some of these games are games that, you know, right when they get put on Game Pass, that hype level is boom for that game. You know what I mean? That hype level goes from whoa, yo, look at that game, boom, and then all of a sudden everybody's talking about it. Everybody wants to try it.
I'm glad you said that, bro.
And so that freaking right there, that is so much better for them developers than any freaking advertising that you could put on for a game. Because I'll tell you what, dude, we just sat through 2 hours of the Gamecom, right? Can you name every single game that was on there? Like, I can't. I mean,
absolutely not.
I can't name them all. I can name a couple of the ones that I liked, and I probably forgot 5 other ones that I liked. But the fact of the matter is right when a game gets announced for Game Pass, boom, it blows up.
You get hella buzz.
That game is big. Everybody wants to touch it. Everybody wants to play it. It gets downloaded. There's so much buzz around it. Like Psychonauts 2 being on Game Pass. Yeah, I mean, like I don't necessarily think I would have went out of my way to buy that game or play it had it not been on Game Pass. But downloading it on Game Pass and seeing the quality of that game and the enjoyment that I felt while sitting here with Junior playing it was enough for me to be like, you know what, man, these developers deserve my $60. This game entertained the crap out of me. I'm gonna reward them for that. I'm gonna buy the game. My daughter's gonna play it on her Xbox. Junior's gonna play it on his Xbox. I'm gonna more than get my money's worth now, because they're gonna play that game as well. And it was a quality game. Like, the experience was quality. Like, I appreciated that. And everybody's saying that these Xbox games are not coming out in quality. Xbox got a lot of good studios. Yeah, there's not a lot of things out right now, and a lot of that has to do with the major investment they had when they with Kinect. The Kinect in the beginning of last generation really screwed things up. But Microsoft did turn that around pretty quick, drop the price to the Xbox pretty low. throughout the rest of the generation, man. That thing stayed pretty low. The Xbox Series X or Xbox One X was definitely worth the $500. I thought it was. I was getting more 4K, closer to 4K images on that than I ever got on my PlayStation 4 Pro. I would have paid an extra $100 for a PlayStation 4 Pro if it had more power. Like, I wouldn't have cared. I would have bought it. You said,
See,
Right.
here's the thing about Sony that a lot of people fail to really understand, and Xbox, because I see a lot of people saying, "Oh, Xbox doesn't have anything on the level of Sony," but with that,
Yeah, that's bullshit.
level of expectation comes a high, the high expectation. So if Sony drops a dud, they're going to be talked about. But if Xbox drops something that's really not hitting the way a Sony game could, it's just another drop in the bucket. And it's on Game Pass, so there's no big risk. But
I don't necessarily have that feeling for Xbox, like the hyper quality. You know what I mean? Like, I don't have that expectation, because I know, dude, after playing a game after playing Gears 5 looked amazing. Gears 5 had a good story. Gears 5 gameplay was great. I enjoyed that. Yeah, I would definitely say that was just as good a quality. The only difference is the characters and animations from a Sony game. When it comes to Gears 5, that's really the only difference, is the animations of the characters and the character, detail. Everything else in that world looked great. Dude, Halo 5 looked good. I was happy with Halo 5. I mean, you guys were talking about it. This is Rise, Son of Rome. That shit looked good, and that was a day one freaking game for Xbox One, man. And it took PlayStation how long to get a game that looked that good?
Right. And LOL. Hey, LOL in the chat. I want you to understand something, my brother. We're not up here just praising Xbox blindly. Now we're just highlighting what makes Xbox good. I'll be the first one to tell you Xbox ain't perfect. I don't buy everything Xbox. I do not praise Xbox. But what we ain't gonna do, we're not gonna act like Sony is the godsend, the best thing since sliced bread, brother.
Yeah.
Like, they're good in their own way. Xbox is good in their own way. That's all, bro. We just happen to be talking about the pros of Xbox, right? And let me ask you this on quality, right? Y'all mentioned the quality thing. What is the measurement for quality? Like, how is God of War of a higher quality than, say, a Gears? In what way? Like, when they say that kind of thing, see what I'm saying? It makes no sense.
I don't know, if we're comparing like God of War to Gears 5,
right?
I mean, you can tell that the detail in Kratos was a lot higher, but
it's a single player game though, so they didn't have to focus on everything else.
And when you think about it, like, Sony's open worlds are highly curated, smaller experiences. Like, they cut out all the fat and just really focused on
they're linear.
Like a Ubisoft open world is huge,
right?
So, like, with a PlayStation exclusive, the reason why they are held in such high regard, like God of War and other ones, is because PlayStation really does trim out all the fat. They cut out all that extra added space that doesn't need to be there, and then they crank up the detail of the world. So when you look at a game like God of War, like, that shit looked great. It played great. The story was on point. The character animation was great. It's like, dude, that was a freaking damn good game. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, it looked good, but the replayability, I got 2 playthroughs out of that, so I was super happy. But normally with my PlayStation games, I will get through them one time, and I'm fine with that. But because the quality, I mean, even a game like Days Gone, okay, I like Days Gone, but that one there, the story just lost me. I was like, ugh, man, I couldn't do it. I could not do it. So I mean, Gears 5, I mean, you could compare it to God of War, but it is kind of a different experience. Well, you got 2 people walking around, and there's I think the world of Gears 5 was definitely bigger. Like, the open area spaces were bigger, and there was a couple of those. There was a snow one and then the dirt one. So the scale of Gears 5 was definitely bigger than God of War. So you can kind of compare those two. The only thing that the Gears lacked was the higher quality character models.
But can I tell you why I say that, though?
But they were pretty high. Go ahead.
Yeah. Can I tell you why I say that?
Yeah.
Because they do. they do. Where is PlayStation's equivalent to Halo? Where is PlayStation's equivalent to Gears? You see what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
I'm not a hypocrite. I say what I say because I know I got them. When I ask those questions, right? You're always talking about quality. So you tell me, right? If you're going to tell me, not you, but the guy like LOL them, if you're going to say those are two different games, when you say quality, what games are you comparing on PlayStation to Halo? PlayStation has nothing that can match Halo. Where's Killzone? What happened to that? See what I'm saying? There's nothing to match Gears.
I mean, if you think about this, LOL, Halo has sold more copies than any other PlayStation first party. Halo is number one. Right. Halo sold more copies, sold through. Like Halo is a more popular franchise than any of the PlayStation. Well, except for Gran Turismo. Except for Gran Turismo. Gran Turismo is probably the highest. It's over like 100 million or whatever.
Right.
So Halo is like a number one for like a non-racing game. Killzone was nowhere near Halo.
Right. And see, they make these arguments, not me. I just answer them. Shit.
Yeah, I don't
say that Killzone was a bad franchise. Please don't get that misconstrued.
Yeah,
it's just
Killzone.
They have always been trying to find a Halo killer, and they have not found that.
Yeah. Right. So we're gonna talk quality. You can't do it. You can't really do it. Xbox has no God.
You haven't played a single Gran Turismo, Patrick? You are missing out, dude. Gran Turismo is is an amazing game. Like I love Gran Turismo.
I can't wait for Gran Turismo 7 since people think we hate PlayStation so much.
When I saw that September show for PlayStation with all the shit they had lined up for this year, my mouth was watering so freaking bad. I was just like, oh my gosh, dude, God of War, Horizon, Gran Turismo.
Right.
Oh, dude, I was freaking stoked, and now everything's pushed back to next year. I hope that we get them in the beginning of the year, but I don't know.
It's funny one of y'all said Forza. That's the only game that you can fairly compare both consoles because those are both racing simulators. You cannot say God of War is higher quality than Gears because Gears is juggling or Halo. Like we just said, you can't do that. So compare Forza and Gran Turismo. Forza done took over. I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah, Forza, I think, well, now because of Forza Horizon, I think Forza is probably pretty close to unit sales of Gran Turismo. Gran Turismo's at what? Gran Turismo 7. Well, there's 7 or 8 games out on Gran Turismo. So I got to switch my battery.
Man, it's crazy how they love talking quality though. But when you kind of bring up a great quality argument, there is none. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think that both of them are. I think that both companies are cranking out quality. I think that, well, you got to understand, like Sony, they actually have access to the film industry. They have access, because of Sony movie studios and stuff. So they actually have film animators that come in and like will touch up all their work after they're done creating these games, and add like animations. Last of Us 2 has the best animations for characters we've ever seen in any video game, hands down.
Hands down.
There's really no way to dispute that, and be credible. So, yeah, The Last of Us 2 animation wise was freaking next level. Like we've never seen that before in a game. But that game also passed through all of those film guys that worked on that thing tirelessly to get it. Right. So, I mean, when PlayStation's out there investing $125 million into building these games, and Xbox is out there, say, man, well, that game cost us $45 million to build, and it was almost as good. I mean, like that's a whole nother $60 million, to create a game. Or I'm pretty sure Xbox's budget's a little bit higher than like 50 million. So I would say they're definitely, kind of closer to that. But I mean, to spend all that extra money for those animations for a game that, I mean, like, yeah, it's definitely appreciated for like people like me, but other people are just going to play the game and be like, they're not even going to notice that shit. You know what I mean?
Right. You know why though? You know why? Because like you said, Sony is primarily a hardware and movie company. That's why most of their biggest games, or the vast majority of their biggest games, are single player, third person story driven. They are cinematic. They don't know how to do a good multiplayer.
And see, and until the PlayStation 4 generation, everything basically, nothing ever really looked different. But now that PlayStation 4 has created this hyper realistic looking movie games for Sony, and then all the other companies aren't able to hit that quality, it fragments the PlayStation experience to the point where you get all your really good PlayStation games, but then you're getting all your 1080p games from third-party developers and shit on your PlayStation 4 Pro. Whereas PlayStation 5 now has the power for the developers, for third-party developers to actually to do something better with it. So this generation's probably going to be pretty good for PlayStation. Well, I hope so. At least I hope so. Like I want them to be successful because I want them to keep making my favorite games. You know what I mean? Like I want them to keep making my single player, first party, single player, one and done.
Right,
games.
and that's the thing. I don't never talk about wanting PlayStation to go out of business. You stay seeing some of the worst Sony dudes be like, man, Xbox, they're dying. Xbox, y'all never wish that on PlayStation, bro, because people love PlayStation. We grew up on that. You know, all I'm out for is everybody to enjoy their games, bro. I think PlayStation. I think they're going to try to make some big multiplayer games because I've seen they were hiring for it. You know, they're recruiting and all this. So they do have a couple of games. Now, I'll keep it real. Like, this is what you don't see a lot of PlayStation dudes do. I'll keep it real. There's a couple of games on PlayStation that I wouldn't mind trying. Like, what is that Battle Royale Melee? What is it called?
That Hunter's Arena?
Yeah, Hunter's Arena. I wouldn't mind trying.
You're good. You're good.
I wouldn't mind trying that. That would be dope.
You're definitely not missing nothing, man.
Oh, okay.
It's kind of rough right now. It might get better because they are going to continue to work on it, but right now it's it's pretty rough. So I would definitely wait till that one's better. I think it's supposed to be coming out on Xbox and everything here in a little while anyways. But right now that game's kind of rough. It definitely has good potential, and I said that when I was first playing it, but the damn game is so rough right now, and it's so like I don't know. So it feels unbalanced right now.
Right.
So but I mean, it'll definitely. I think it's probably going to be coming to other consoles soon. So
and that brings me back to what you said earlier. You said games that come to Game Pass get shine. If that game came to Game Pass, it'd get way more shine. I guarantee. Yeah.
I definitely think it will. They did give it to us free on PS Plus last month, or this month. So I mean, it's all right, and they're only selling it for $20. It's only $20. So so I mean, it's not like it's overpriced or anything. I really do like the idea of it, but the NPCs, I mean, the fighting the AI, that shit just sucks. And you know, some of the characters feel overpowered when you're fighting them. So I don't really know. I don't think you can even compare Forza Motorsport to GT. If you look at the content on release, Forza had way more. Yeah. The Forza games have been pretty packed. GT Sport was a completely different idea that Polyphony had for GT. And you know what, dude? GT Sport's actually pretty freaking popular right now. It's actually the racing game of the damn Olympics, man. I'm like, holy crap.
Yeah, which is crazy, man. So congratulations to the Gran Turismo team, and I can't wait to see what they do with 7. I'm really looking forward to that game, and I was incredibly disappointed when it got delayed.
Yeah, Polyphony Digital, man. They make some great games. I like that Japanese aesthetic that goes with the Gran Turismo games, but then when you look at the Forza games, I love that Americanism that goes to those two. So either way, they both provide a feeling for racing fans. Like I'll always love Gran Turismo because that's basically how I started my sim adventure back in 94 or 5 or whatever. But like I don't know, like Forza has definitely gotten a lot better. And I've played every Forza from Forza Horizon or Forza 4 up. Well, no, I played the first one and the second one too. I just didn't play 3. So
my man LOL said Breath of the Wild 2 is probably the most anticipated game of next year. Hey man, that Pokemon game, bro. That seemed like the one. That's the one we want since we was little kids, bro.
Yeah, that Dokey V.
Hey man, I seen a lot of people going crazy over Dokey.
Yeah, dude, that Dokey V, man. I was like, holy crap, I want to actually play that shit. That looks good.
Oh, that super colorful game with the little kills and things.
That reminded me of Jet Set Radio, man. I was like, shit, I want to play that. That looks fun.
Yeah, we're gonna have to like set a lot of games in 2022, man. It's gonna be like so many games you're not gonna know which one to play first.
Oh man, dude, and that's my curse because I buy them all. So, and then I'll have so many in my backlog after I'm done with that stuff that it's like, oh my gosh, man, I've spent so much money on so many damn games. Fuck, I'm starting to lose my voice. Can you guys hear it?
Hey,
Yeah, we
nah,
can
you
hear you,
good,
bro.
bro. What's crazy though, these if nothing else, if we can't agree on is Xbox, PlayStation, whatever you game on fans, these couple of years, these next couple of years and previous have been the best time for gaming. Like no
Yeah.
doubt.
Yes, for sure. I'm not a big
Because
Pokemon dude.
we live in a time to where like back then, PC was the cream of the crop. Now we have consoles that you can barely tell the difference. Like
yeah, exactly. Like we get so much better quality on these consoles than we've ever had, dude. Yeah, I'm grateful every day that I was able to buy an Xbox Series X and a PlayStation 5 for $1,000, dude. I'm freaking grateful, man. You know what I mean? $1,000 for both of those. I'm happy. My PlayStation 5 experience, yeah, dude. I really wish that some of them other games that were supposed to come out this year were coming out. I was really pumped and really hyped for those. But at the end of the day, man, I've got plenty of third-party games and Xbox exclusives through the rest of the year to keep me busy until those come out. So,
right.
I don't necessarily need to complain too much about that. But yeah, dude, it does kind of suck. I hate seeing Xbox take a lot of heat for all the shit they've done, but you know, there's no reason for PlayStation to get a free pass. They are the console leader. There's no reason for them to get a free pass.
Right, and that's the thing. That's all I be saying. They don't get a free pass, man. They under the same judgment as everybody else, man. We grew up on PlayStation, but it's just like growing up praising Jordans and things, bro. Try something different. You know what I'm saying?
I don't think we're going to see mid-gen console refreshes this generation, Maca, just because of all the technology that's built into these that we haven't even seen yet. If anybody does do a mid-gen, it'll be PlayStation, just because of the fact they don't want to give up that moniker. Oh, what happened to our other guy? I think
I probably disconnected.
Oh yeah.
I think he'll be back in.
Yeah. Oh man, like we've got. I don't think we're gonna see mid-gen this generation, Maca.
I would hope not, man.
I feel like if we do PlayStation 5 Pro, just because they want to keep that moniker going, but I don't know. I mean, like PlayStation usually does keep hold of those, so I would expect to possibly see a PS5 Pro, but Xbox, I don't know. And if PlayStation 5 Pro does do one, then Xbox really should. Because in 3 years, they could double the power of the Xbox and the PlayStation 5 in 3 years and still keep them cost effective. I don't know. I don't necessarily think they could double the memory, but they could at least double the graphics card and the CPU. Well, almost double the CPU.
Oh, for sure, man. You already see it. It's like as soon as these consoles were announced, pretty much like they already had graphics cards that were announced that blew these consoles pretty much out the water. So
yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised if they did like some type of mid-gen refresh where like 4K became more of a thing, and then 8K or 12K was a thing that would be future proof for the consoles. Of course, these games wouldn't actually be 12K, but they would like kind of future proof the console, like how 8K is kind of something that these consoles can do.
I don't necessarily think they need to future proof them. They just need to, once we start seeing what these next gen games are really going to look like, everything's going to be better. Everything's going to be a lot better, because right now we're still getting games with graphics from last gen. So once we start to see like UE5 games and stuff, I think we're going to be content. I think we're going to be happy. I think we're going to get, the experience that we expect to get. What do you guys think? I think the new Aliens game's not too bad. I actually think it's okay. I think it's priced well. I did buy that. LOL. Mid-gen refresh. Yeah.
I don't think anybody wants a mid-gen refresh again.
I don't think there's a stomach for it, man. To tell you the truth, I think that, last gen it worked because of 4K. This gen, it's not going to work because of my fault. I was accidentally backed out of the chat, but I have to head off anyways. Definitely enjoyed the chat, man. Thanks, man. I appreciate you.
Shout out to Beast, man. Cool guy. Cool guy. I got to check out his content.
Yeah, definitely. Well, all right, man. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and get to bed. My wife needs to go to bed. She's got to work tomorrow, so.
No doubt, no doubt.
Oh,
Definitely good chatting with your frog.
Yep, you too, Darkest Hero. I appreciate you coming on, man. I'm gonna
Thank
start
you for
doing this
having me,
more.
my brother.
I'm gonna start doing this more often during my streams. Just let people come on. Oh damn, I still got that thing on there. Huh. I need to get rid of that. Not bad.
Hey man, if you ever need a mercenary in your back pocket, you know where to find me.
Yeah. Okay, man. I appreciate you.
All right, brother. You have a good night.
This
And
is
I
our
will chat with
longest
you.
stream ever. 4 hours. 4
Ooh.
hours. Well, you guys have a
Putting
good night.
that overtime.
Yeah. That's amazing. I'm surprised we went 4 hours, man. And it all started off on a heat sink.
Oh Lord.
Oh,
It's like one of those 2000s movies. It all started with a heat sink.
Thanks, Patrick. I appreciate it, man. You like the unbiased content? Console war is starting to sicken. Yeah, dude. I really try not to turn this into a console war place, guys. I really do. I mean, sometimes I do get on here and I'm bitching about PlayStation, but just understand that when I'm bitching about PlayStation, it's coming from the heart. It really is. I do want PlayStation.
I mean, people see it. It's literally right behind you, so they should know if you're bashing it, it's because you want it to do better.
Yeah, exactly.
If you didn't want it to do better, you wouldn't have bought it.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not bashing PlayStation just to bash them. I'm bashing them because it's like, I don't know, because sometimes they irritate me, man. And dude, I mean, like it's a 26-year relationship, guys. And I mean, of course I'm gonna get a little mad sometimes, guys.
Yeah, my gripe with PlayStation is they still haven't given me my update, so I can't put my SSD in the console. But you know, we won't go there.
I mean, Xbox, LOL. You got to understand, like right now, Xbox is the fun thing to talk about. PlayStation keeps doing stuff like not giving you your SSD update, not charging you $10 for upgrades. You know, I mean, there's just always something that sounds negative to PlayStation, and there's always something that's sounded positive for Xbox lately. It's just kind of the way it rolls, man. And as a content creator, you kind of got to, I mean, like I kind of got to stay a little bit into the here and now when it comes to stuff. But trust me, man, I do want PlayStation to succeed. I love my PlayStation experience, and I want more of it. I mean, is that fair? I want more of it. Sony, Nintendo, and PC around too. Sometimes I talk about them. Sometimes.
Hey man, if you don't think we're PlayStation fans, check out my PlayStation Network ID. I play my PlayStation. I actually play my PlayStation a lot more than my Series X these days. And you can find me at darkest_hero_QB on PlayStation, and you'll see like I'm always on my PlayStation.
And Nintendo, next month I'm gonna have Nintendo news because I'm buying that OLED, man. So
you're taking one for the team with that one.
Yeah, I'm gonna get one. I need one.
Hey man, make sure you do a video on it. Give us a review or something. You know, I would love to see that from you.
Definitely. I'm gonna spend $350 and keep it to myself. No, man, you guys are gonna know all about it. All right, guys. You guys have a good night, man. I appreciate you coming, Darkest Hero.
Have a good night, Frog. Thank you for having me again, my brother. And you have a fantastic night. Sleep well and feel better.
All right, man. I appreciate you. Thanks everybody for coming and all the new subscribers. I really appreciate you guys' support. I really do. Grateful to have you guys come in here and talk to me, and it really does kind of, you know, steer the content, you know, and that's great because I like to interact with everybody. So we'll see you guys on the next one. You guys have a good night.